जय स्वसं नमो
And all. I'm Harsh Achrekar,
And I am Tanvi Patil.
along with our colleague Prajwal Bedarkar. We, the students of MTech Geotechnical Engineering from the COEP Technological University, will be your host. We welcome you all to this very grand event of Mahafest 2023, where we are celebrating 75 glorious years of Indian Geotechnical Society. With the theme of tunneling and underground constructions, organized by Indian Geotechnical Society, Maharashtra states, which includes Mumbai, Pune, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, Nagpur, and Amravati chapters, at this grand venue of MIT World Peace University, Pune.
Let's have a big round of applause for the dignitaries who are present on the dais. Let's welcome Chief Guest Sri Sanjay Gupta sir, Guest of Honor, Guest of Honor Sri Atul Gadgil, President of IGS Dr. Anil Joseph, Past President of IGS Dr. N.K. Samadhiya, Honorable Secretary of IGS Dr. A.P. Singh, Dean of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Dinesh Sheth, HOD Civil Department, Dr. Shantini Bokil ma'am, Chairman IGS Mumbai Chapter, Dr. Dasaka S. Murthy, Chairman IGS Pune Chapter, Sri Vikas Patil, and our mentor of IGS Pune Chapter, Sri Ramesh Kulkarni sir.
I now request everyone present here to stand up for the World Peace Prayer.
ॐ नमो गीयाद्या वेद प्रति स्तुति गणेषु अर्थमति प्रकाशु पधारि गोदी गुरुर गुरु पूर्णमुदच्यते आय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
I would request
Hari
everyone present on dais to be the part of lamp lighting ceremony. Lamp lighting ceremony. To start today's event, I would request the respected chairman of IGS Pune chapter, Sri Vikas Patil sir, to take on the stage and address this event.
Good morning, friends. To mark 75 years journey. 75 years journey, immediately after the independence, the association which was established is really proud and really proud for all of us that we are celebrating this 75 year of Indian Japanese Society. And on this occasion, I really welcome chief guest of today's function, Sri Sanjay Gupta sir. Sanjay Gupta sir, who is the chairman and managing director of Konkan Railway. Friends, Konkan Railway, I think many of you must have not born that time. It is in 1998. This 760-kilometer long marvel of railway engineering that is being established, and they have constructed hundreds and thousands of structures like tunnel, bridges, and then that is being recognized as one of the greatest achievement in the Indian railway history. And he's representing that department, Konkan Railway Department. So we are proud to have you over here as a chief guest for the occasion. And I am sure that none other than you would have been the best person to inaugurate this function, where the theme of our celebration is a tunneling and underground structures. So we heartily welcome you, sir. Then next guest of honor for today's function is Atulji Gadgil, sir. About Atulji Gadgil, sir, as everyone know that even Gadkari also many times mention about that Pune is a very city of talented and all people, those who study many things and took time in taking decision. But Atulji has really checked everything, and he is the person who is creating the marvels in Pune. Sir, what you are contributing is a really generation will remember for you. because as far as Mumbai is concerned, there already the locals and that lifeline network was established. But as far as Pune is concerned, is a place which is next to Pune, is next to Mumbai, and there transportation means you are changing the transportation system, which is the need of the Pune, and that definitely I tell you, sir, generations remember, and your contribution in hard that we know that yes, you are working day and night, contributing large. And I mean, in city, working in city like Pune is something altogether different. So we are really happy to have you here as a chief guest of honor for the function. Then next is a president of IGS, Dr. Anil Joseph, sir, who is a dynamic personality who has just taken over, and he only advised us in the month of February to just start this 75-year celebration. In the token of that, we organized one event in Pune, and we just commenced that 75-year celebration. And this is in condition. And sir, we are very happy that you have shown the trust and confidence to us, Pune, especially Maharashtra. And we all local chapters of Maharashtra join, and we are celebrating this 75 years of mark. So we are very happy that you are here out of your busy schedule over here. Thank you, sir. Then next is Dr. A.P. Singh, sir. A.P. Singh, sir, is honorary secretary, and always very long relations we are having. Pune chapter is having especially very long relations. Before he got honorary secretary, he was very much in contact with Pune. So we all love you people. We people all love you as a sir. We are happy to have you over here. Then our ex-president, Samadhyas, sir. Sir, we are really delighted. Last time also, on a very short note, Samadhyas sir attended our earlier function, earlier celebration. That celebration was in the token of, say, what you call as just to pay respect to our seniors, our mentors who completed the 90s, and then for that organization. So it is in the month of, say, 11th March 2021, we organized that. And that time, sir, you attended a celebration. So we are grateful to you, sir. Thank you. Then, convener of today's function, Dasaka Murthy, sir. Sir, out of your busy schedule, you are here. Dasaka Murthy, sir, is a IGS Mumbai chapter chairman, and moreover, he is my guru. He is my mentor. He is guiding me at PG. So I'm really great to have you over here. And really, it is a great, delightful moment for me also that not only my guru is here, but my another guru, maybe junior, but Shantini Vokil madam, because I happens to this MIT's alma mater and my alma mater. So Shantini Vokil madam, really we are really grateful, and whatever help you extended, because of you we are really here today. It is not that only IGS Pune chapter is here, but entire Maharashtra you brought together, and here we are celebrating this 75 years mark. As far as celebration of this mark is concerned, that we'll talk at later. This is not a time for me. But friends, I'll just conclude in a very short note that it is the time when we used to say that civil engineering is the mother of all branches. Civil engineering is the mother of all branches. That was even today also we say that civil engineering is the mother of all branches. But moreover, I will say that what about geotechnical engineering? What about foundation engineering? That there is no structure in civil engineering where there is a structure without foundation. Without foundation, there is no structure exists. And if it is so, then we say that, we Pune chapter say that this Indian Geotechnical Society subject, geotechnical engineering foundation is the heart of civil engineering. And this is our slogan, that if there is no heart, there is no soul. So we say that this particular subject and the importance of the subject, it is really beyond. And I appeal all of you that you are not here as only civil engineers, but remember friends, if you just pursue this field, you'll become the heart specialist in future. Thank you very much for your gathering. And sir, we'll say that today we have gathered almost more than 20 colleges. They have shared their their faculties and their students. They have come over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing those words. Moving ahead with the same energy, I would now request Chairman of IGS Mumbai chapter, who is also the convener for this event, Dr. Dasaka S. Murthy, to take on the stage and address the audience.
Very good morning, all of you. Very nice gathering. And first of all, let me thank IGS Pune chapter for making this event possible and bringing people here, especially the kind of people like Gupta ji and Atul Gadgil Saab. And there are many other people, other speakers who will be presenting their experiences in front of you. And I should say that this is really a wonderful opportunity for all of you, not only to you, even for us, to listen from these experts to understand their work in the field of tunneling and underground construction. We all know that cities are growing and there is no land space available. And so only possibility to expand is to go underground. Now, without tunnels, you cannot imagine cities like Mumbai. And of course, now Pune is also coming up to cater to the needs of the growing demand. And there are many challenges, as Vikas mentioned, that once you go below the ground, you don't know what is there and what kind of challenges you can encounter. You don't know when you start your work. And there are many challenges, and there are many projects. We should also understand that they took longer times than expected because of the surprises in the ground. And one of the very rarest occasions, I should say, that we are here listening from people who have experiences right from railways to city metros to underground construction, underground excavations, like trenchless technology for water, sewage. Okay. And even we have many lectures, a couple of lectures, I should say. So from the academy also, so we'll throw some light on various research opportunities and what we are doing and where we are leading in the field of tunneling technology. So in summary, this particular Mahafest consists of 6 technical sessions. And we have not only just technical sessions, technical lectures by the experts, but also this provides an opportunity for the students to showcase what they learned so far in terms of paper presentations. We have these competitions are there as part of this particular Mahafest, and there are some other student competitions are also arranged. And definitely, I should say that this is one of the opportunities for all of us to understand first. So, what is there? So what is about geotechnical engineering? Why should every time, so as a civil engineer, or for that matter, any student, any undergraduate student or postgraduate student, so think, why should I study? So, for example, so why should I study about the ground? What is so special about the ground? And as Vikas mentioned, that whatever you construct above the ground, unless you think of a flying object, every structure should transfer the load to the ground below. Now, ground always is not good, and sometimes you need to improve the ground in order to see that the structure stands safely. And those who are aware, so the last couple of days, there are earthquakes and there are many structures which are suffering significantly. And only way to safeguard the structures and to design the structures is to understand the ground realities first. And so that way, so this particular Mahafest will provide an opportunity for all of us to understand the ground and to learn something, to take something from this Mahafest. I request all of you to kindly attend all the technical sessions and actively participate in student presentations, poster presentations, and then very exciting quiz competitions are there, and there are many prizes for the winners. And don't miss the opportunity, and see that you attend all these events in today and tomorrow, and get something out of it. So I'm sure, so you'll be very happy. So towards the end of the Mahafest, which can give you some as on date what is happening in the cities like Mumbai and Pune. Thank you once again to all the local chapters of Maharashtra. So Mumbai, Pune, Aurangabad, Nagpur and Amravati, so who readily agreed to join hands and to conduct this particular fest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. Uttam Kalavne, sir, to take on the stage and few some words.
Very good morning, one and all. Respected dais and of the dais. Today, we are going to celebrate 75 years of this IGS. And this grand celebration, on the outset, I will give the best wishes and hope that all will enjoy these 2 days here. And basically, the students will attend the all sessions, and definitely they will take some feedback, some things with them, and they will apply, they will decide to work in this field again more concentrately. I'm not taking the much time. Once again, I thanks all and welcome for this Mahafest. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your great words. Today, we are here in the presence of some of the big names in the field of engineering. Let us all, with warm heart and respect, take time to felicitate the dignitaries who are present here today to success this event. I would like to request Dr. Anil Joseph, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Sri Sanjay Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director of Konkan Railway Corporation Limited, Mumbai.
Now I would like to call upon Dr. N.K. Samaria, sir, to felicitate our guest of honor, Sri Atul Gadgil, Director Works, Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited.
further like to Dr. Dasaka S. Murthy to felicitate our IGS President and Managing Director of Geostructure Private Limited, Dr. Anil Joseph Sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'd like to call upon Dr. Manish Dixit, sir, who is Secretary of IGS Sambhajinagar chapter, to felicitate Dr. N.K. Samadia, sir, past President of IGS.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon Sri Vikas Patil, sir, to felicitate Honorable Secretary of IGS, Dr. A.P. Singh.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to call Srimati Suman Jain, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Shantini Bokil, who is HOD of Civil Department, MIT World Peace University.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would call upon Honorable Secretary of IGS, Dr. A.P. Singh, sir, to felicitate Dr. Dasaka Murthy, Honorable Chairman of IGS Mumbai chapter. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon Dr. Anil Joseph, sir, to felicitate Sri Ramesh Kulkarni, sir, mentor of IGS Pune chapter.
so much, sir. Moving ahead with our program, I would like to hand over the mic to Honorable Secretary of IGS, Dr. A.P. Singh, sir, and I ask him to address this event.
Namaste, Subh Sakai, good morning to all the dignitaries and fraternity friends. It's my ultimate pleasure and pride to be along with you all, who are the future of our fraternity. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate 5 chapters of Maharashtra, like Mumbai, Aurangabad, Pune, Nagpur, and Amravati, for organizing such a grand program, Mahafest 2023, in association with Indian Geotechnical Society on its 75th year of establishment, and that too connecting everybody of the fraternity to the geotechnical subject. Because, sir, I totally agree with you. If building or infrastructure is the body, then this geotechnical is the heart of that body. And I think all the geotechnical engineers, experts are the cardiologists. So that's a new degree. We have got that term. IGS, a very old society, a professional society of professional body, professional persons, experts, and it has completed 75th year in 2023, was started at the time of just after we got the independence. So we are doing a lot of activities on this eve, and many are all that are just to connect all the civil engineers to their professionally heart of the body, and study this geotechnical engineering and get expertise in that, so that heart of infrastructure never fails. And that tunnel too, I can say tunnel is like arteries and all, who supplies and supports heart. So very nicely, because sir, you given this term cardiology to the geotechnical engineers. Our society, Indian Geotechnical Society, is doing a lot of activity, is associated with a lot of topics and a lot of subjects related to geotechnical engineering, and we are doing many things. And as a Honorary Secretary of Indian Geotechnical Society, I would like to tell something or narrate the activities of Indian Geotechnical Society. So the objective of the society is to promote the study of soil mechanics, rock mechanics, foundation engineering, engineering geology, and related subjects, and also to strengthen professional practice through dissemination of technical knowledge, information, and practical experience. So it offers various category of membership. IGS is having 5,500 members all across the India to the national body through many local chapters, and we are having 52 local chapters throughout the country. And the 52nd was just in the last week inaugurated at Ujjain by our President Anil Joseph, dynamic President Anil Joseph, sir. And to encourage the young geotechnical engineers, we organize Indian Young Geotechnical Conference biannually, and we give a lot of exposure to our young geotechnical engineers. It gives a big platform for them to show their expertise, show their knowledge, and being recognized by the society. So we recognize their achievement, their early achievement, and we give this prizes also for their good work. And to encourage young geotechnical engineers below 35 years, the society provides a platform for networking, knowledge sharing, and facilitate placement opportunity for participants. To motivate and encourage young engineers, IGS has established 15 Best Paper Awards covering geotechnical engineering topics. So, society organizes various international conferences also. It has organized 13th International Conference on Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering in year 1994 at New Delhi. That was a very landmark beginning of Indian Geotechnical Society. 3 Asian regional conferences in the year 1960, 75 and 2007. 6th International Congress on Environmental Geotechnics at New Delhi in 2010. 6th Asian Young Geotechnical Engineering Conference AYGEC in 2008 at Bangalore. IGS has representative on several international technical committees of ISSMG. ISSMG has established a forum for young geotechnical engineers. For that, all the countries are supposed to give their representative on that forum, and that those young engineers will represent their country on the ISSMG platform. So that is a new starting, and it's a big achievement for this young for the recognition of young geotechnical engineers. And IGS has to host the first Geotech Asia in 2025 at Mumbai. This is a latest achievement what Indian Geotechnical Society has achieved, and it is going to organize 12th International Symposium on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics at IIT Indore in 2026. So another 2 mega international event is going to be organized by Indian Geotechnical Society. That is the real recognition of our society, vastness of our society, and our international presence recognized by all the international bodies. India has signed the agreement of cooperation with many international societies and many countries, along with this USA, Japan, Korea, Brazil, Geo Institute of ASCE, and in the coming month we are going to sign an agreement with Sri Lanka, and that has already been agreed in principle. So IGS has instituted several awards to recognize meritorious works. As of now, a total of 37 Best Paper Awards are given by the society biannually or annually. Out of that 37 awards, 22 awards are meant for all and 15 meant for young geotechnical engineers. So young geotechnical engineers are eligible for all 15 and 22, both the category of the awards. So this is a special attention given to the young geotechnical engineers. Now best doctoral thesis for non-premier institutes also is given, and an award is given to young these researchers who are not in premier institute, other institutes also. So society is trying to recognize all institutes like IIT Premier and non-premier, everybody, and to reach all the students of the civil engineering. Additionally, IGS gives a few industry-sponsored prestigious awards also. IGS Ferroco Tarjagi Oration, instituted by Ferro Cement Construction Company Indore. This oration is given by one by foreign expert and another by followed by the Indian expert. So this again is the work to be done, being taken over by the Indian Geotechnical Society. So to honor members who have made their significant contribution to geotechnical engineering, IGS instituted the prestigious annual lecture in 1978. So far, 44 eminent geotechnical engineers have delivered these lectures, and 45th lecture will be delivered in IGC 2023 at Roorkee. And it is being organized by Professor Samadia sir. So I invite all of you to take part and get registered and join that this conference and come in the main fold of Indian Geotechnical Society. IGS also publishes various publishes journal and newsletter. So in that, technical papers are included. Our journal, Indian Geotechnical Journal, is now published by Springer, and it has got an impact factor, which is a great achievement for Indian Geotechnical Society and its journal. So I invite all young engineers to do the research work, to study the subject, and to study the mother nature, and write their paper experiences and send it to journal. So there they can get the impact value also, and they can get the best paper award also, which is given every year. So with this, I would like to congratulate and express my heartfelt best wishes to all the organizers for organizing such a big Mahafest event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for being the light bringer. I would request Sri Vikas Patil, sir, to felicitate Dr. G.S. Ingle, who is the coordinating this event at this MIT. Let's welcome him with big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Carrying the program forward, I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Shantini Bokil and ask her to address this event.
Good morning and a warm welcome to our campus, MIT World Peace University, for this Mahafest, and congratulations for the 75th anniversary for the Indian Geotechnical Chapter of Maharashtra State. And we are very thankful that all of you are here. A special welcome to the dignitaries. We have Sanjay Gupta sir with us. We have Atul Gadgil sir with us, and all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. We welcome you here. On the behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir and now the Executive President Rahul Karat sir, under their guidance, we are marching ahead as a university for the last 5 years. The Department of Civil Engineering has a legacy of 40 years in this institute. We had MIT Pune, and then we had MIT College of Engineering, both merged as a Department of Civil Engineering under the University of Pune. And always we are being like expressing gratitude, or we are saying that we need esteemed people, experts on the field. It is for the civil engineers of today. So a warm welcome to all the budding civil engineers who have joined us today from the different parts of Maharashtra state. I take a few minutes here to share my experiences with you, that when we are doing the admission cycles for the pre-pandemic or the post-pandemic session, everyone is so much focused that they want to go ahead and join computer science. And then I am really happy that the budding engineers or the budding students are still grounded and on the ground. And here we are with the Geotechnical Society chapter. Sharing this with all of you gives me an immense pleasure that yes, the students who are here seated with us are the future of our country. We will be here, say, guiding you, say, another 15, 20 years. But what is the future of civil engineering? Like when we began as a UG program of civil engineering, the Department of Civil Engineering at World Peace University, we started with another UG program, which is called as B.Tech Civil Engineering, Smart Infrastructure and Construction Engineering. It is because we have understood that when we are doing large amount of tunnel engineering projects and the infrastructure in the country is growing so faster, with the economic band given in our country is so huge that there's a large amount of future in all aspects in this sector. We have a MTech tunnel engineering program with a traditional construction management program and a structural engineering program. And the newest one, MTech environmental engineering. Now we are doing, it was research, but now a regular program. So when we do all of this master's program, we have really understood that the tunnel engineering program was unique of its kind. All over the country, all of the engineers, the consultants really require good, skilled, infrastructure equipped, computer aided, and a very smart engineer who could work for tunnel engineering. So today I can share this with you that all of my students are really doing good internships all over the country, and with good packages, the packages are never less than 12 lakhs. So it's an opportunity. Please explore. And when we are here celebrating the IGS Pune chapter and the MITWPU is chapter of IGS, along with the IGS chapter of Maharashtra State, this is needed, and it needs to be understood that we are really grounded. A civil engineer is always grounded on the field. And I'm very happy when we had one discussion with the CREDI, even the CREDI delegates were saying that time has come that let us glorify civil engineering. Because a civil engineer with his grit and effort in 5 years of time reaches all the limits, all the horizons are at his peak. So on this occasion, I welcome you to the campus. Be with us for the next 2 days. Very sincerely attend all of the technical sessions. I'm really grateful to Vikas Patil sir and Ramesh Kulkarni sir and the IGS chapter, all of the key persons like Suman madam or Deepali Kulkarni madam, that we are here together organizing this for all of you. So exploit it, get back to the experts who are here. And there are many other experts who have contributed to this field. We have with us Fadke sir, and we are really happy that he is there with us. His contribution to the field of geotechnical engineering has been immense for the last 40 years. And whatever we are here is always been under his guidance. So thank you, sir. And also Limay sir and Dharmadhikari sir, sorry. Dharmadhikari sir is also there with us. And Dharmadhikari sir was the person who had told us at that time that time has come that you glorify civil engineering. And yes, it is one of the best branches in the entire engineering domain. I take your leave, but before that, one of the students of our campus, MITWPU, Civil Department, will share just 2 minutes with us so that you know that what kind of civil engineering we could judge. What do we expect from all of you? Wherever you are, from whatever part of the state you are coming from, get back to us. We are open for anything you need. You can ever come back, not only these 2 days, but anytime, whenever you need us, we are here. Over to Aditi.
Good morning to everyone present here. It's an honor for me to speak at the IGS Diamond Jubilee Mahafest. I, Aditi Ause from MIT World Peace University, Department of Civil Engineering, is here to represent student body, Civil Engineering Student Association, CESA. Under CESA, we organize numerous events oriented towards all-round development of students and faculty members. Mentoring sessions, workshops, guest lectures, site visits are few of them. One of the exceptional events we organize and we hold honor to organize is the annual national level Civil Engineering Symposium, Nirmiti. Nirmiti is a technical event that brings together civil engineers to a common platform for displaying talent. Nirmiti provides an opportunity for budding civil engineers to interact with profound members of civil industry. and a teaching faculty of 150 colleges all over India. With over 3,500 participants from major cities, it consists of innovative and technical events, allowing students and teachers to exchange ideas as well as non-technical events that promote social interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am and Aditi, for your words. Moving ahead with our program, I would like to hand over mic to our Honorable President of IGS, Dr. Anil Joseph, sir, and I ask him to address the audience.
Very good morning, all of you. Chief guest of the day, Sri Sanjay Gupta, sir. The guest of honor, Sri Atul Gadkil, sir. Our guru and leader, our own Ravi Kulkarni, sir, Ramesh Kulkarni, sir. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, teachers, faculty members, and the future of the engineering, the budding civil engineers. Indeed, it's a great occasion where this Mahafest program is being conducted. And as my secretary and close friend AP Singh has already ventured upon the activities, I don't get into that aspect, but I will take another 5 minutes to talk to you some of the things which I seriously believe which deprives the young engineers of their right in the society. And this is for you young engineers. I would like to take this message and don't take this message, but act upon that. Pune chapter, before getting into the 3 points which I want to share, I would like to congratulate Pune chapter, and for various reasons. Not only Pune, the entire Maharashtra team is united here, but first I will start with Pune. First and foremost, I am here because my nomination for filing the president was signed by Ramesh Kulkarni sir and Sant Siddharth. Thank you very much for that. As soon as I took charge, we wanted to start the program. We called upon Vikas Patel sir, and there was no other second thought. The 75th years logo was started here. It was a great program which they conducted. And the third thing, so today this is the Mahafest. Samadhya sir wanted as part of this build-up to have a major event connecting all the chapters, bringing in unity. So here we are seeing Mumbai, Pune, Aurangabad, Amravati and Nagpur united together and delivering a very important thing. And most importantly, on a very beautiful subject, tunneling and underground construction. And like AP Singh told, if you roll back a bit more, our Geotechnical Society's roots goes to the founder of the ISSMG, our father of soil mechanics, Carl Terzaghi. Carl Terzaghi was a mechanical engineer from Vienna, and the first formation of this happened way back in Vienna in 1936. And the second international conference, because that was the first international conference on soil mechanics. And after that, the second international conference on soil mechanics took place in Rotterdam, where 5 of our members went in 1948. And after that visit, they came back and started the Indian Geotechnical Society. So today we are 75 years old and covering 52 centers across the country and another 4 or 5 in the pipelines with a 6,000 strong fraternity working together. And why it's so important? Because the foundation engineering, as the Carl Terzaghi put in, is more of an art than a defined science. It's an artistic skill. It's not a computer program. Like our madam has pointed out, I always say this message: don't go to computer, don't go to Infosys or TCS. You become a labor there. Instead of what you should do. So this is my 4th point of message. Second is that the technology is changing. Tesla can get a car driven without a driver, which we cannot imagine 50 years before. So artificial intelligence and machine learning is coming in a big way. Young engineers change that. I know in the future we have so many foundation geotechnical investigation companies here. So I believe that with 1 lakh photos, you will predict in the future with the AI and ML that what is the type of soil, and you will predict its behavior. One thing we lack a lot is the field monitoring and instrumentation, which is not at all there. Nobody knows what exactly is the load on this column. And that is the challenge and beauty of civil engineering, because nobody knows it properly. And more you believe that you know, And especially Mother Earth comes with surprises. And that is the beauty. It varies horizontally, it varies vertically, and nobody can predict. And we come up with a lot of theories. And the problem in our society, why? That last 3 points I will come to. But before that, we have different compartments. Academics in one lobby, one compartment, it is not connected. Industry in another compartment. And most importantly, I say academy, industry has to come together, but it doesn't help there. We have to get the bureaucracy, understand what we want, and bureaucracy along with the political power. Political willpower to bring the change, which is happening now in our country. That's why India is booming. And there is a lot of potential. India, I always used to say we have to speak with the 3-year back generations of America, because that is where our technology matches. So you youngsters has to jump 3 generations. And I'm sure that we are going to be the leaders in the world in that aspects. So we have to bring that, and also bring in judiciary, because the judges case decision. And I am known as the demolition man of India, who went on to blast the Supertech Twin Tower in Noida, 5 20-story buildings in Kerala, Cochin, to violation of CRZ rule. So because judges doesn't understand what is engineering. We blasted 500 crores of worth of asset in 9 seconds time. And for that 9 seconds job, we did 6 months of planning. And like Sir was telling when we were discussing, Sanjay Gupta was telling, Sir was telling that we don't have experts in India for tunneling, boring, machine, everything is experts. When we were doing this demolition, I have seen demolition only in videos. So when we have to dismantle that 5 towers, I made sure that I gave 4 to foreign companies, but I made sure that one Indian company is also learning the trick. And since they were not knowing, we were learning from them and educating our engineers to learn. So that is a technology which we have to build up. Don't look to that world. They are all going down. We are the future of the world. We are the largest population, the biggest country in the world, and who is going to bring in? So my 3 points which I want to convey. Why civil engineers are least paid? I'm very happy to get that 12 lakh package is there, but across nobody wants civil engineering, everybody takes computer science. Why? Because the job of civil engineering is done by XYZ. I can tell, so you call it Tom, Dick and Harry. So if you look in, the 85% of building in India are still unengineered. 85% of the building in this country are still unengineered, and we are creating time bombs which will burst. You saw the Bhuj earthquake which happened in Gujarat. We lost about 20,000 lives. That was an intensity of earthquake of 6.7 scale. 2 weeks after, there was a bigger earthquake in Seattle of 7.3, and only 1 person died. And he died due to heart attack because the building was oscillating. So we are the engineers, or the so-called people who behave and take over the job of what we have to do. They are the people who is responsible for killing the people. So as engineers, let us take our first duty on our hand. We should tell that non-engineers should not do engineering work. In foreign country, if you want to have a carpenter, you have to undergo a training program. You have to get a license. And every year you have to have 20 hours of continuous professional development to be a carpenter. So why it is not there in India? So youngsters, and we are also trying, let's have the engineers bill in the parliament. Make sure that only engineers do the engineering job. The study conducted by Mahesh Tandon, one of the senior most faculty and a good friend of mine, and a very good expert in the field of structural engineering, states that there was a study conducted for UN. 85% of the building in Delhi, high-rise building in Delhi, are vulnerable for an earthquake. So we have these time bombs made ready. So let us start retrofitting now. Make sure that it is done. You engineers have to assess and come up with solution that it won't become a tragedy for the future. So let us do our homework. Make sure engineers will come, and engineers only do the engineering job. And my request to that, let us raise the scale. If computer engineer is paid, we should pay engineer more than that. So that is one thing which we all can make a change into the society. Nobody knows how to bring in, because there is a gap between demand and supply. That is my second and most important perspective for the young engineers to think over. We are teaching in swimming without going to swimming pool. There is only one place where without seeing the swimming pool, you are learning backstroke, four-stroke, whatever stroke. But I am very happy that MIT is a huge difference, is making a lot of activity. But then unless and until you do your own, you don't learn. An engineer, you get a degree by engineering degree. But an engineer is a person who applies knowledge into practice and who does that, who convert the science into the field is called as an engineer. So if you have the opportunity, act, learn, don't watch. It's very beautiful, very easy to see the cricket match. You see how beautiful Sachin hits over the boundary or Dhoni, how he plays. So when you see in TV, everything is easy. Moment you have the bat and walk down to the field, you feel that it's a different story altogether. There are butterflies in your stomach. So that has to go, start practicing. So we have to reinvent our education system. We have to bring in field practices into engineering. Only 60% class, 30% class, I will say 50% class and 50% theory. They have to hands-on training. They should be skilled in this. So internship is a very vital aspect. You go to a medical college. You look at your friends who are studying medicine. Second year, they go to college with a white coat. And they don't attend the class. For a medical college to be there, there should be a 400-bedded hospital with specialties in 7 minimum disciplines. And after 2 years, they put this white coat, go after the senior doctor and see the patients. So that is where they become good engineers. Let us bring that into our education system, bring the engineers bill into that. And third and most vital aspect, don't go to other countries. I am a structural engineer. I'm standing here as a geotechnical engineer, or I have a education in a geotechnical engineering background, but throughout the country I am not as a structural expert. So it's very important as a structural engineer, we visit places right from many years back, about 20 years back, we started going to see some, and it's very important to go and see for yourself, because then we know how it happens. So we always used to go across the world, see some of the high-rise. And always I dream that one day, these people from America, Europe, China, especially I'm very jealous of China. So there were some of the marvelous and the fastest buildings they are manufacturing. Every time you go to China, after a gap of 2 years, is a total different horizon in the building industry. So they should all come to India and see some of the best and most beautiful structures. And who has to create that? The young minds sitting in front of me. It is in your hand is the future. We have 50 or 60 years to catch up with them. Your engineering is perfect. Don't go to computer science. Bring artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I know you will predict, because I interact with a lot of people across the world who is doing a lot of research on this activity. And my son is one who is a PhD student in geotechnical engineering in Texas A&M. And he always tell that this geotech, we don't need to do geotechnical investigation. We'll come with some images or artificial intelligence and we'll predict how it's going to perform, and the load on a column they can predict with the strains. Or I have seen a recent study where they pick up the acoustic sounds during a crushing of the cube and predicts how much is the structure is stressed. So there is ample opportunity. It's a wide sea, and India has to be the lead player, and you have to do this. Today we have a very beautiful subject on tunneling and underground construction, and some of the top tunnels are Gotthard Base Tunnel, Chanet Tunnel, Lateral Tunnel, Tokyo Bay. Why I'm telling this team? Tomorrow, if we take the top list, there is not even one in India. Or take the best university, we don't have one in India. Why not? So we have to re-educate, reinvent, relearn, and start making a difference. And that is up to you people. Enjoy here, have time, enjoy, take fun, and don't study the subject so hard. Civil engineering is simple, but simple is very difficult. So make sure that you know, and a doctor can bury one person at a time. We can kill lakhs. So life of the people are in our hand. I am stopping because I am stretching the time. So I was asking Jesus how much time I have. So, but the last thing, recently I went to US Technology. UST is one of the leading IT company, and they have a new project coming. So the entire team changed. So they took me around. They have a very beautiful campus in Kerala, in Trivandrum. So they were so proud showing me all the structures, the elements, the beauty of the structure. And once we finished that round of 20 minutes and entered to the conference room, the head asked, how was your trip? And I told, I only designed this building. So all these marvels which is created across the world is created by civil engineer. They boast of our subject. You go to United States, you see Statue of Liberty. You go to France, you see Eiffel Tower. You go to anywhere, it is created by we engineers. But then we don't claim our respect. So we have people like Sri Visheshariya who made the difference. We have our own fellow metro man, Sridharan sir, who is a big guru of us. So we need people who are relevant to the society. And that is where we should not stop only in engineering. We should connect with the bureaucracy. We should connect with academics. They know a lot of things. We have to learn from them and put it into the field and get judiciary. Judges should know how difficult it is to construct a building. It's very easy to put a button and blast the entire thing. But is it needed or is there any other solution? And most importantly, politicians who make them. Youngsters, don't stick to engineering. Some of you can be the future prime minister or president of the country. If you get an opportunity, don't waste that. Make sure that we are creating a strong and sound India for the future. And I know the future is in India and future is in front of us. Let's all be part of the nation building movement and be proud of being a civil engineer. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great words of wisdom. Now, I will request our guest of honor, Sri Atul Gadgil, sir, Director Works at Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited, to take his time to address the crowd. Let's welcome him. Big round of applause.
Good morning to you all, respected dignitaries on the dais, and dear friends. It's my proud privilege and honor to be standing in front of this august gathering. Right at the outset, I thank the Indian Geotechnical Society for inviting me at this Golden Jubilee Festival, Mahafest 2023. I accept this honor not in the individual capacity, but on behalf of Team Mahametro, who have successfully completed the first tunneling work in Pune city, not only in Pune city, but in the whole state of Maharashtra. Only two places underground work is going on, Pune and Bombay, but we are ahead of Bombay in the sense that our tunnels are commissioned, Bombay is still under construction. As I understand, IGS is doing a wonderful job of providing a common platform for engineers, designers, and researchers in the field of soil mechanics, rock mechanics, and foundation engineering. The recent catastrophic landslides in Himachal and Uttarakhand have brought in focus the slope stability analysis and foundation engineering. These landslides have caused hundreds of fatalities and huge social and financial implications. Unfortunately, such incidences are getting repeated every year in different parts of the country. I attribute to the lack of knowledge and expertise amongst practicing engineers, designers, and builders, as well as the will amongst the law implementing agencies. This must stop and stop forever. President has rightly said that he has given the example of Bhuj catastrophe, and he has cited the bureaucratic will to implement all those things. So I second his thoughts. IGS, with its vast experience and database in their kitty, can play a key role in developing expertise not only for the engineers, but skilled manpower also. We face a lot of shortage in the skilled manpower, especially for the underground works. We struggle to get the manpower from different parts of the country. IGS can be instrumental in introducing specific topics at the undergraduate and postgraduate level in engineering colleges. IGS can also provide effective platform to government for periodical updation of the standards and codes of practices. The theme of current festival, tunneling and underground construction, is the most appropriate at this time when country is witnessing infrastructure boom. Hundreds of kilometers of tunneling and underground works have either been completed in recent years or they are in progress. These runs into lakhs and crores of the rupees, be it metro sector, road sector, irrigation or water supply, or sewage sector. It throws upon a huge opportunity for engineering professionals and construction workers in employment generation and nation building. Most of these projects have used state-of-the-art technologies, and in magnitude, they are no less than international projects. We in Maha Metro have constructed 6 kilometers of tunneling and 5 underground stations under very, very challenging situation. Working in a greenfield project, that too in the heart of the city, is really a big challenge, which the engineers who have put in their hard work day and night can undergo that joy of completing such a challenging work. Let me assure this gathering that metros are planned for 100 years lifespan. So we have given overriding priority to structural stability, and foundation design plays a very, very crucial role in it. Be it open foundation or pile foundation in case of elevated corridors, each and every pier is designed based on the actual bore log details supported by the geotechnical engineer. You can see the importance we play to a geotechnical engineer, that unless his recommendations are there, we don't adopt any foundations. On the other hand, the underground section is governed predominantly by the geotechnical parameters. No other, structural engineering also plays secondary role, but geotechnical parameters and geology plays a major role. A presentation of Pune Metro is lined up later in the session where I will be speaking in detail. I won't take much time as we are eager to hear from the Konkan Railway team, the marvelous work they are doing. So I take this opportunity to wish the organizers a grand success in Mahafest 23. I am sure the outcome of these deliberations would be useful to the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wise words. Moving forward, let's have a big round of applause. As a request, our chief guest, Sri Sanjay Gupta, sir, the chairman and managing director of Konkan Railway Corporation Limited, to take his time and address the crowd.
Morning, everybody, especially the IGS president and the other dignitaries on the dais and some of the dignitaries sitting in front, and the young students whom I must be wondering how the faculty has persuaded you to come and listen to this function today. I've also been sometimes where you are, and I still remember the days when we had to attend these kind of functions, so difficult. And I saw some people, it's this time of the day, 11 o'clock, it's too early to be up here. Some of them have gone off to sleep. No problems, this is part of your career, but you need to wake up. Good morning to all the youngsters. Please wake up, you are going to do civil engineering. You are doing civil engineering. And you should be prepared as a civil engineer. You have to work in the field. Okay, and especially the topic for today, tunneling underground construction. Most horrible place to work in. Okay, no laptops, no any of those kind of things. You have to be dressed for the occasion, maybe in gumboots for the whole shift. And that's how work happens, actual work happens when you are doing tunneling or any of the underground constructions. The work is going on here in the Pune Metro. Maybe some of you can go and see it. You are invited to any of our constructions which we have done in Konkan Railway. That was many years ago, and those tunnels still exist. For a long time, the longest transportation tunnel was in Konkan Railway, 6.5 kilometers, completely in rock. Even today, we are having problems. And everything that happens in underground tunneling happens with the advice of geotechnical engineers. So what I am going to tell all the young students that please, you are entering a very great future. Although there's huge amount of competition, there are lakhs of people, civil engineers coming out of various varieties of colleges that are here. How well you do here, how well you do your MTech, where you can do your MTech and your GATE scores, your GATE exams, that will take you ahead. And there is a huge amount of difference between what you do after you leave college. You may be left behind as a very ordinary person, and you can go ahead and lead big construction companies. Both are civil engineers, both are BTechs or MTechs, and the difference is here.
what you do here, what you get out from here, get from here, makes all the difference when you reach where you will reach, where at least the doors will open for you from here. The rest of it, you'll have to do a lot of hard work during the work. But my advice that a lot of engineers today are going into computer programming, my personal opinion is that that field is now saturated. Okay? Whereas the field for civil engineers is open, was always open, will remain open. It's for you to grab those opportunities and go ahead. So you are in a very good area, like some of the electrical and mechanical engineers who also have lots of options. But the field that you can work in, and even if you do later, you do MBA and go into management of various civil engineering projects, which you need to do besides just doing simple BTech if you want to do well. The opportunities that lie to civil engineers are definitely more. I happen to be Chairman Managing Director of Konkan Railway, and I seem to be the only mechanical engineer in the middle of civil engineers. But I'm here, and during the last few years, I've picked up a lot of terms, at least, if not the details of civil engineering. So I can talk a little bit of what civil engineers talk, maybe not to the level that your faculty talks, but yes, practical issues that come in civil engineering that we can manage. So once more, before we begin the technical session, all the youngsters, please be happy that you are a civil engineer, but be prepared that you have to work in the field. You are not going to do office jobs. Even if you are going to do some designing, even if you are in the design field, even then you have to visit the field area, because in my opinion, civil engineering is more an art than a science. And you have to physically see the location, see what there is. There are so many physical aspects which a civil engineer needs to know, which cannot be seen sitting in office. After you design things, design buildings, design tunnels, design roads, sitting in an office with Google, all these kind of things, ultimately what you get on the ground is something else. So you have to visit, you have to walk, you have to do a lot of, like our civil engineers who are here when we started constructing in the Himalayas. People have walked days before they were able to see where the tunnel needs to come, where the bridge needs to come, and so many changes that happened. And when you start, especially for geotechnical engineers, once you start digging into the ground, what the ground will give you, what it will return to you, nobody knows. So a lot of it can be assessed from before. Lots of techniques have come. So this is one area where people can work, people can do some thinking. How to make basic civil engineering, especially foundations and underground tunneling, predictable. Today, in the civil engineering field in the country, the biggest problem is that nobody knows when the project will get over. Every major civil engineering project is behind schedule. And the reasons lie in this field of civil engineering called geotechnical engineering. That's where all the delays happen. That's where we don't know. You opened up something, what is this? What to do now? Then you start thinking. So this is an area which requires a lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of thinking, which only the youngsters can do. Okay, we have now, beyond the thing, the world is in front of you. So these are some ideas where you can work in and look forward to making your mark. So my best wishes for the program and to you for your future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wise words. Now, I would like to call upon respected Mrs. Annapurni Iyer ma'am to deliver the vote of thanks to all the present dignitaries and audience and conclude the inaugural session.
Thank you very much. Gratitude is not only the greatest virtue, but it is the parent of all. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks of this inaugural session on the memorable occasion, and I seek wishes from all to do full justice to this responsibility. I, Annapurni Iyer, on behalf of the organizing team and volunteers, extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all the honorable dignitaries on the dais of the dais, the students who has graced us with their presence, taking their valuable time. Let us start with our gratitude to Almighty who has blessed us with the thought of organizing such an event and also make it happen. Our chief guest for the day, Shri Sanjay Gupta sir, thank you very much for accepting our invite and gracing the occasion. It is indeed valuable to us. We extend our gratitude to our chief guest, our guest of honor for the day, Atul Gadgil sir, for taking out time and being with us. It's again, gives us a lot of motivation. Thank you, sir. Heartfelt gratefulness to our IGS President, Dr. Anil Joseph, IGS Honorary Secretary, AP Singh sir, our NEC members, Dr. Dikshit, Murthy sir, IGS Past President N.K. Samadia sir, Kalaune sir, Sandeep Deshpande sir, for gracing the occasion. Presence and guidance from NEC members is always sought, and we are thankful to Dr. Nilima Satyam for putting this seed and see that this event grows as tall and as strong as a tree. We take the opportunity to thank our co-local chapters and their members, IGS Mumbai chapter, IGS Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar chapter, IGS Nagpur chapter, IGS Amravati chapter for their support and cooperation. I need the applause, my dear friends. We take the opportunity also to extend gratitude to our MIT family, beginning with the entire management team, Dinesh Sheth sir, HOD, our civil department, HOD ma'am, Shantini Bokal ma'am, Potnis sir, English sir, Shekokar ma'am, Dandin sir, and all other faculty staff, other teaching and non-teaching staffs, and dear students of MIT. Here at least the applause has to come. Love is more important than money, but can we settle some bills with just love or hug? No, right? Funds are important, and yes, when we organize such events, it is definitely, it's so important for all of us. So we are proud to mention and sincerely thank our sponsors and supporters, IGS Headquarters, IGS Sambhajinagar Chapter, S&R Geotechnics from Mumbai, who have graciously extended their support towards this event. Our student chapters are our strength, and we are very proud to display our strength with our head high. To all our local chapters from far and wide who have reached out to support and participate in this event. We have students participating in good numbers from outstation colleges like from Yola, Baramati, Satara, Islampur, Sambhajinagar, Mumbai, Nagpur, and our own local chapters from Pune. We thank all the faculty members, their professors who have motivated them and also supported them to be here with us. It is overwhelming to note that we had more than 50 registrations from female students. Come on, female students, come on. Yes. So and all these 50 registrations are from students who have come outside Pune. So we have to thank them as well as their parents for supporting them and giving them an opportunity to be out of the home and travel overnight to be with us. Thank you very much. The success of this event is also attributed to the support and creativity received from designing and printing team of both MIT and IGS Pune chapter, all the hands that have been working behind the scenes, including the technical support team, IT support team, press, security team, housekeeping staff, auditorium cum stage committee, the entire staff for making all the necessary arrangements. Now, without the encouragement of our own Shri Vikas Patil sir, IGS Pune chapter chairman, entire EC members of IGS Pune chapter, this would not have glittered to this extent. Thank you, IGS Pune chapter team, including all the student chapter team, all those who have gathered here. Special mention to our convener for the event, the Sakamurthy sir, and our co-coordinator, Dipali Kulkarni ma'am, who have taken this inaugural session and the event to a great higher heights. We also thank who have directly or indirectly contributed. If by oversight, if we have missed any name, please excuse. However, we extend our gratitude to all. Thank you once again. This is Annapurni Iyer signing off from the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Namaste. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you.
Taking our session forward, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to take their seats in the audience as we are starting our technical session. team present here. Leading the team is our honorable chief guest, Shri Sanjay Gupta sir. He is the chairman and managing director of Konkan Railway Corporation Limited. Starting his career as a mechanical engineer and building an experience of 30 years as a rolling stock engineer in Indian Railways, he has worked at various locations across the country. Let me further introduce our today's speaker, Shri R.K. Hegde sir, who's Director of Way and Works at KRCL, having an experience of more than 32 years and including that 12 years of experience in geotechnical challenges in construction of tunnels along the younger Himalayas in Jammu and Kashmir region. He is an expert in mega contract managements, NATM tunneling, conventional tunneling, and has been part of construction of some of the iconic bridges, which includes the Chenab Bridge. Along with them, we have Shri Sarat Chavan sir, who is an assistant engineer at KRCL. Today, their team is here to present their work on challenges faced by Konkan Railway for tunnel constructions. Let's welcome, with a round of applause, Shri R.K. Hegde sir, as I give him the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. First of all, I thanks IGS Pune chapter and also MIT MW University for giving me an opportunity here to share our experience, practical experience. I will not tell anything theory here. It is totally at the live and practical experience what we have got, especially in Heng Himalayas region in J&K project. Dear friends, I need not to say anything about Konkan Railway. Some of our members already briefed much more than that what it is required. But still, I would like to introduce myself. I am R.K. Hegde. Presently, I am working as a director of Way and Works in this organization. I joined this organization in the way back 1991 under the leadership of Dr. E. Sridharan. Subsequently, I worked in this project, West Coast Line, for 1991 to 1998. Then onwards, I was worked in the operation in the open line section also, up to 2011. Then subsequently, I have been posted in the prestigious national project that is called as USBRL project, that is Udhampur Srinagar Baramulla Rail Link project. Then onwards, I headed this project till 2023. Dear friends, I will share my experience, especially underground works, what we have faced and how we have come up with that, all the difficulties or challenges. Next. Dear student, this is the location of the project in J&K. You can see here, this is the J&K, and further you can see that this is what is the railway alignment. Whatever the green part we are shown here, it is already completed, and here also up to Banihal. This is the left out portions from here to here. Next. This you can see here, that we have shown that in the state map so that we can easily understand. This is whatever the blue line is there, this is already completed. From here, from Katra to, this is Banihal. This is the section what we are doing now. It is about 111 kilometer stretch. In the next slide, I will show that how difficult this alignment. Next. Here I can show you, this is Udhampur, Katra, Banihal, Kajigund, Srinagar, Baramulla. Actually, some of the portions, they are already completed. This, whatever the green portion from Udhampur to Katra, about 25 kilometers, that has been commissioned in 2014. And from the valley side, if you see here, this entire area from Baramulla to Banihal, this is the flat area and doesn't have any even a single tunnel. From Banihal to this Katra, this is the most difficult Himalayan terrain, and it doesn't have even approaches to reach to the that work sites. And also we have a very special bridges. It is coming in the same route. You can see here Chana Bridge and as well as this one Anji Bridge. That is the first cable railway bridges we are constructing here. Next. Just before going to our challenges, just I will brief why this line is required. Now, presently, we have only a road connectivity from other place to that valley side. To integrate with the state, we need to have a reliable transport system, even in the rough weathers. Presently, there is no rail connectivity. And as I said, we are having only one national highway. And this also, especially in the winter season, most of the times it is be blocked unless we have in a summer season. And also this capacity is also exhausted. Now National Highway is also doing the parallel work for connecting this. And moreover, this line has been built and it has been sanctioned as a strategic line. And also to improve the economy of the region, this is also one of the intention. And to boost the tourism. Actually, I don't know how many of you seen that valley. It is a heaven on earth. Next. This background already I shown in my alignment. The total length is about 272 kilometers. Udhampur Katra about 25 kilometers already commissioned in 2014. And Kajiguntu Baramulla 118 kilometers already commissioned in 2009. And Banihal Kajigund 18 kilometers commissioned in 2013. The third phase, this is very important, I am marked in red. It is the most difficult terrain and it's passing through this alignment. Next. Dear friends, just I will give a comparison how difficult is for the entire 272 kilometers length, out of which 111 kilometers I have shown in the red color. You can see that route length, even if you are compared to that Kajigund Baramulla, 118 kilometers, even though it is 111 kilometers, you see that total length of tunnel involved in this is 97 kilometers, as compared to that there is no tunnels at all. And the maximum height of the bridges here is 359. This is Chanab, that is the world highest railway bridge. And the longest span in that bridge is 467. I will show some of the photographs in the future. And tunnels, we have 27. As I said already, the percentage of the tunnels, underground tunnels in this stretch is 87%. You cannot imagine. Everything is suspicious. As I said, our CMD, unless you know geology, you cannot predict anything. That's why the completion period cannot be predicted. The longest transport tunnel is 12.7 kilometers. That has been completed now. If you see the total overall length of these tunnels in this project is 164 kilometers. This is a very huge underground works you have undertaken after the Independence Day. Next. Again, not only that silent feature, this is also having a special features here. Dear friends, already I said this is the most remote place. Even to reach to the site, it is so difficult. For constructing 111 kilometers stretch of railway alignment, I need to construct 205 kilometers of approach road. Even making approach road is so difficult because the terrain is so steep, even it is standing at 70 degrees. And the longest transport tunnel, I already said, 12.75 kilometers. And 87% of that length has been in tunnels. And most of the stations are coming either on the bridge or inside the tunnel. And this is the world highest railway bridge 359 meters high from the river bed. Can you show this photographs? This you can see here. This is the river bed and up to the deck. It is having a 359 meters high, and total overall length of the bridge is about 1.31 kilometers. And we have a pylons on both ends. You can see here. This is 127 meter height, and another side is 105 meter height. And between these two, these pylons, we have about 917 meters. We have a cable car. This is the longest cable car in the world. All the erections of this arch and as well as the piers, this has been done through this, this cable car. We have two cable cars carrying capacity of 20 tons each. If you synchronize, then the lifting capacity will be 37 tons. That has been limited. We have taken a factor of safety so that you should not go to the extreme end, even though it is having a lifting capacity of 40 tons. All the bridge components have been designed in such a way that the weight of this structure or whatever the element, it should be limited to 37 tons, so that we can safely erect this, because this bridge has been designed for a wind speed of 266 kilometers per hour for a 3 seconds gust. You can imagine that speed. Next. This you can see that this is the aerial photograph we have taken. We wondered that this is the Chana bridge. This arch span is 467 meters. It is a single span. And that steel pier height from this being about 191 meters. It is the highest, tallest pier in the country now. And you can see here, after this Chana bridge, this is toward the this Katra end. There is one more bridge. This is also equally important. This is about 777 meters. It is a continuously welded plate girders. I think this is in the country. This we are doing the first time for doing this type of mega bridges. Similarly, one more bridge is there, bridge number 39. That is also equally important, about 500 meter length. It is just toward the Jammu side. That is also continuously welded plate girders. Here we have a two-line the stations. After this, that loop line and main line is also coming on the bridge. Next. This is already we have completed, even including the laying of track. And here I want to say, what is this? Actually, this is called as a blast protection. This bridge has been designed 40 kg TNT of explosives. If anybody miscreants, if you dump the explosives on the bridge, this still bridge will be in the safe condition. Even if I take out one of the piers by doing this, then still we can run the train at 30 kmph. This bridge has been designed in consultation with the DRDO. And all these things, all the portals have been erected for the electrification. The bridge is totally completed now. Next. Then second one, important structures what we have constructed is the cable stay bridge for the railways. This is the first cable stay railway bridge is being constructed in our country. You can imagine, if anybody has already done the bridge, just we can copy. But since the technology is different, the loading is also different for this cable stay bridge. First time we are constructing. So we have taken the help from the other agencies also. Can you show me the pictures? Yeah, you can see. This total height of this pylon, it's 331 meters from the river bed. It is not a symmetrical, it is an asymmetrical cable stay bridge. One side it is 290 meters from the valley side, and other side is 188 meters. Here I would like to say that how this pylon has been constructed, because making a foundation in a hilly slope, in a steep slope, it is very, very difficult. We have made a hybrid foundations, especially for this. It is not a fully open and it is not a fully pile foundation. It is a combination of both to cater the whatever the slip circle is coming, that should mitigate in the piles itself, and the rest of the things it will be taken care of the open well. And these are about 96 cables are there. Each is having a strands of 31, 37 and 43 strands in each. And even for the erection of the each segment is having 10-meter length and width is about 15 meters. In this bridge, we are also made a provision for a 3.5-meter wide road along with that train. Train will run in the main line. On the side of this, we have made a provision for the road during the maintenance period. After that, we have an embankment of 94 meters. This has been built with, because there is no other place for erection of all the segments. That's why we have made a space here. Next. This bridge is already completed. Just we are putting the deck concreting is going on. It will be completed in a couple of days. Next. This is another, go back to, yes. And now, normally in electrification, we are providing this all the flexible OHE. For future maintenance, because since there is a number of underground tunnels are there in this, to reduce the maintenance cost, we are providing these rigid overhead conductors in this entire USBL project, except that where the open gap, it is about 7% of this 111 kilometers, we are providing with that a flexible OHA what we are providing in the other parts of our Indian railways. Next. Coming to, this is the overall, the portion of our USURL project. Just I will bring it to that what we are doing as a Konkan Railway. It's one of the PSUs we are doing in this project. Our length out of 111, we have 52 kilometers stretch. You can see the tunnels. We have almost 85% of the tunnels goes underground, and bridges we have 24, and about if you take it in the lengthwise, 8.8%. And cuttings and fillings, you can see that it's only 3 kilometers. It's about only 5.7. And approach road, the majority of this work, approach road has been done by Konkan Railway. You can see that 205 kilometers, 172, out nearly about more than 80% of the roads has been constructed by Konkan Railway. And stations, we have 5. Next. Coming to our main course, main subject, what? The geology. Young Himalayas in the range divided into 4 zones. You can see that sub-Himalaya comprising, this is the foothills of that all the Himalayas, cities, altitude is nearly about 1000 meters. And the lesser Himalayas, it is less than 400 altitude. And the greater Himalaya, 4 to 6 kilometers altitude. And the trans Himalayas is more than 6000 meters. Next. What are the challenges we have faced? Now we are coming to that main subject. In this project, I already said that there is no accessibility to reach to the site. This is the most challenging. And you know that earlier J&K state, it has been ruled by some people, and there was a lot of militant activities also there. That's why they could not able to do that even geotechnical investigations wherever it is possible. Then construction of approach roads. Yes. Can you show that one or two photographs so that we can directly connect to the people? See here, it is not, it is only a matter of taking a photograph or showing to somebody. It is a live. This type of road has been constructed in the young Himalayas. We need to have a trained operators. Even if it is a small slip, it will go down. And this, if you see that the slope of the hill, it is almost vertical. I said that it is 70°, but some of the places is so vertical, it is so difficult to make even approach roads. This in the bottom also you can see, this is almost vertical. Next. The complex geology, as already said, the extreme weather conditions. In the winter season, there will be an entire berth will be there, and we cannot even move our all the construction materials. Then, of course, but now this problem has been sorted out, law and order. धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है. Yes. Next. Again, difficult geology. All the alignment passes through some of the thrusts, especially Riyasi, Murray, and Punjab, Pir Panjal thrust. The strata consists of clay, silts, and crust stone, and the faulted sandstone and dolomite. It is a crust dolomite. Geology changes, it is not uniform. It goes on changing, even every meter that the geology changes. So it is very, very difficult to predict that the same geology we may encounter. Hence, when I am working, I have to change my design even if every meters. That is the concept of we are followed in this USBL project. Next. Now coming to our business, this is whatever the brief I have given only for the a general knowledge, but we will go into the practical aspect. Dear students, I will not teach you the theory. I will give my whatever the experience, practical experience I undergone in about 11 and 12 years I worked in the project. Especially for this tunnel, what I am taken for you to show that how difficult it is. Next. This is the alignment of the tunnel T1. It is a total length of about 3.159 kilometers precisely. And we have two curves in this. It is about 2.7 degree curve in the starting, and it is about 1 degree curve. In between, we have made one edit for since why this audit has been made, I will show in the next slide. Next. These are silent features, again 3.15 kilometers length, and maximum overburden is 367 meters. Here we have, initially when we have started this tunnel, we have gone with the conventional method. Conventional method, it is just only drill and blast method, and also shape of the tunnel is only D shape, earlier what we are used. Now we are changed into modified horseshoe. It's the maximum excavated area is 83 square meters. This is F class, this is the worst class. And finished area of D shape is 33. And finished modified horseshoe is 40.27. This is the finished area. And gradient we have 1 in 200 and this thing. And we are add it. Next. This is the conventional method. What we have done, 918 meters we have done in conventional method. NATM about 1.9 kilometer. Then I system. This I will little bit brief in detail when the slide comes. We have engaged the DDC consultant, this Amberg, Switzerland, and the track structure is entire USBL project. Again, we are constructing a ballastless track, except only that the two are the bridges. One is the Anji bridge where we are making the cable stay bridge, because when the train load comes, it may take some deflection. That's why we are providing the ballast. Rest of the things, we are providing all the ballastless track for the future maintenance. Next. Next. Again, this especially for this geology of tunnel T1, you can see here, it is one side is fractured dolomite, and another side is a combination of all the silt stone, sandstone, and clay stones in the P1 side. And main importantly, this tunnel is passing through MBT, main boundary thrust. I think most of our dignitaries, they know that what is the MBT. We are playing with yes, fire. We are playing with the fire. So we should be ready for tackling this type of problems. about this width of the MBT is about 250 to 350 meters. And anything, see, main enemy of the civil engineers is water. This we have to understand. Either we have to make a friendship with that water, or we have to fight with them to win this. Next. Let me share this, why I have made this my audit for 336 meters. You can see this is the geological map. This is a dolomite, crushed dolomite, and these are all the sandstone, siltstone, and claystone. This is the this what you are shown. I shown in the red. It is the main boundary thrust. Initially, the railway alignment was going like this. You can see here. It is almost parallel to the main boundary thrust. It is extremely difficult to do any underground tunnel in MBT. Subsequently, when you see here, then we have diverted this alignment. Earlier, when I planned for this alignment, there was a gradient and all these things. That's why I taken this. And when I diverted, then I have to change my gradient. Actually, from P1 side, I made it a downward gradient. Then when other side is also coming, rising or downing, then the entire water, I have to take it out. For that, I made a audit for taking out all the drainage system. Next. This is the geology. This is the one side of the tunnel, and this is another side. When you're doing from this side, we have done a very quick progress here because of the dolomite. It is it has supported a lot. And here, yes, we have some sort of difficulties. Then we have come across, we have overcome this problem. But the real problem is here. This is about 270 to 300 meters, that width. And now we are already completed this portion, and from this side also, it is only left out is only 72 meters, 74 meters. I will explain how difficult it is in future. Next. See, in the beginning, when you started with tunneling, the NATM were used in MBT, but it did not succeed because of this reasons. We have driven about 15 to 20 meters drainage system. And also, we are imported some of the equipment from the Italy, that is a long mast and short mast for driving 139 mm MS pipes about 9 meter deep. Then we had also done the multi-grouting with the Techno-well pump. This also, it has been imported from the Italy. Then consolidation grouting with the cement. And after this, we have done this segmental excavation, 3D monitoring for observing the deformation and all these things. And installation fixing of, then final lining we are doing with the providing that waterproofing membrane. Then application of final lining. This is unfortunately, it did not succeed. That's why we are gone to the next method. Next. Again, the same, I will not take much time here. This is about 336 meter with the MBT. And it was extremely difficult. No stand-up time for even if you open that face, it will collapse. That's why we have to do some treatment in this to tackle this type of tunnels. Next. Dear friend, these are the experiences we have got in this tunnel during the excavation. These are the many, about almost 9 collapses. I have listed only for the important collapses it has been occurred. With the date I have given, changes and the discharge and approximate quantity of muck it has been. This is really, we did not know that what we have to make this tunnel to break through. Next. This is again other side. Here also there is about 6 collapses that has been occurred, and I will brief how we have tackled this type of problems. Here in the 5th collapse, you can see here about 20,000 of cubic meter of earth. It has come out from this thing, and it has formed a sinkhole in the top. Next. Just you can show that video. See, this is at P2 side. When you're doing the excavation, all of a sudden, the face has collapsed. And nearly about 300 to 400 liter per second, the water has been discharged from that face. Okay, next. Okay, because of that, the entire, the overburden about 326 meter here, it has taken the cave on the top. Sinkhole set has been formed. Almost it is about 35 meters and 25-meter deep, 35-meter length. And this is the ground level, original ground level of that hill. And it has been taken away entire materials. We can show that rest of the, see, this is the, after the failure, the entire construction materials have been buried inside. Next. This is the one more photograph. This is a tamrack. Even tamrack is also buried inside. Boomer. Next. This is a technical pump, rotting pump. And I think we have some of the videos. Can you play here? This you can see here, this has been captured through that my camera, CC camera. You can see that even timings also. It is in the night 11:08. Even camera is also taken off. Can you imagine that making underground tunnel, this type of strata, is it so easy? It is so difficult. You are making underground tunnel in a liquid. I will tell how this problem has been overcome. Next. These are debris. Next again, this again. It has happened 2 to 3 times. Next. Before. Some of the videos just I would like to share so that at least you can understand how difficult this tunnel is. These are the small, it's compared to the what I have seen shown in earlier. Next. It's just like it is coming like liquid. Next. This is again one more. Next. As you can see how it is gushing out. Next. Again, when you are doing this face drilling, again it has started here. Can put a little bit fast. This is we have taken out all the machineries out. Next. Now, there was a problem, there was a disease. Now, how we are treated this disease and how we are tackled these challenges. Next. Presently, we are using RMR and Q system for analyzing the strata and making what type of support system is required. Now, this is a new technology has been developed for suiting this. Even NITMS also did not work in my MBT area. Finally, it has been taken out this method. This is the I system, that is the index tunneling method. Earlier, we used to have only 5 parameters for analyzing the what type of strata and what type of support system is required. Now another two parameters have been added. One is the dynamic forces index and another one is that excavation technique method. These are the two index has been added in this. So it has been helped a lot. Earlier you used to have only the what are the cracks, width and all these things, and what is the dip and what is the content of water and how the strength of the soil and rock. These are the 4-5 parameters have been taken in RMR, but here we have taken little bit another 2 parameters to analyze this type of problems. In this cycle, initially we are driving about 76 mm dia of these pipes. These has been used 12-meter long for the drainage purpose in the crown at an angle of 10 to 15 degree upward from the face. After that, the entire face, the tunnel face is being done with the shotcrete. It is a M35 shotcrete with this steel fibers. You are using the steel fibers. This shotcrete has been used to make the face to stable when I am doing the injection grouting, so that you should take the pressure. 7 degree, not with the 10 to 15 degree, what I have done for the drainage. For this pipe, I have given 5 to 7 degree is required, because when you are doing with the boomer or this tamrock, when you are doing this thing, we need to have a space for doing this, operate this, boomer. After that, about totally, if you take even the excavation is also done with the 2 part. One is heading and benching, because you cannot open the entire area, because when you are exposing the more area, it is more vulnerable. For that, we have reduced the area. We have taken only whatever the height is required for my equipment movement ke liye. What are the machineries I am using? For that height, about 4.7 meters have been taken for this in heading. Remaining we are doing in the benching portion. For that, it is required about 80 to 90 pipes at the spacing of about 150 to 160 mm center to center. Then we are using that chemical grout. Chemical grout is a 2-component PU injection, polyurethane. Then providing, again, we have to, one is umbrella pipe roofing. Another one is face is also, we have to do the consolidation. When you are excavating that from the face, it should not flow. For that also, we are doing with the 32 mm SDA, self-drilling anchor. We are driving at an interval of about 50 to 60 centimeters center to center. Again, we are doing the chemical grout for this also. Next. Grouting the face bolt. Then you are conducting there is a new technology for identifying whether whatever I have done that grouting, whether it has been properly is done or not. For that, you are using the GCD. This is the ground conductivity designation. Actually, it is a numerical value. It is a volume of water divided by the time taken for the pressure, whatever we are injecting inside the water. When the initially rise hota hai, then immediately when it is dropped, that is the time taken. And also, we have noted down that what is the length of the pipe you are driven. There is a numerical value. If the value is less than 1, then yes, I can go for the excavation. If it is more than 1, then again I have to do the grouting. This is the only an indication for opening my face. Then shotcrete. Then after that, we are not excavating the entire face for the rib erection. This also we are doing a sequential excavation, in the sense there will be a 3-part while I am excavation. I will do the left side some part, then you will do the shotcrete, then you do the ISMB erection for that particular portion. Then I will take it on the right hand side. Again the similar position. First, after the excavation, you do the shotcrete, erect the ISHB rib, then you do the again shotcrete, then you can open the third portion. Then it will be connected in the top. This is the sequential excavation has to be done, and you can see that what is the progress we are getting. It is only 30 centimeter, 30 to 50 centimeter. इसलिए हमारा साहब बोल रहा था 80 centimeter. I am telling it is in mm. We have to measure in mm for the progress. शॉर्टकट एंड डायरेक्शन रीजनिंग एंड एडवांसमेंट एक पाइप प्रूफ होने के बाद I will give the overlap. We cannot go entire length because again it may collapse. For that, it depends upon the geology. All the phase has been, geological mapping has been done. After that, we will come to know that whether I can go for the next cycle or I have to do repeat the same pipe proofing. That is, we are getting almost 4 to 5 meters. When I am driving a pipe length of 9 meters, I am getting a progress of only 4 to 5 meters. This cycle for making entire thing, it will take 16 to 18 days. You can imagine 16 to 18 days is required to achieve a progress of 4 to 5 meters. I will tell you, this is a great achievement for us. Earlier, almost 3 years, 2017 when it has happened, up to 2022 December to tak, we did not do even a single inch in this tunnel. We have done all type of experiments. Finally, in this period, we have done all the backlog of that, all this reprofiling, then bottom concreting, all the parallel activities have been done. But for that tunnel excavation, we did not move an inch in these 3 years. Next. This is the shortcut when you are doing the phase. Next. Here I will show that this is the heading portion. Here you can see that height of the heading, what I have taken only to cater my movement of my machineries, 4.7 meters. And these are the pipe roofs. You can see here. Every pipe roofs have been driven very systematically. I will show in that next photographs up to SPL. And it has been about 165 millimeters center to center. And face bolt, what I have shown about 32 mm dia SDA bolts, it has been driven 4 and 6 meter. Either 4 meter or 6 meter, that has been driven here for consolidation of this face bolt. About 48 bolts are coming. Next. This is the pipe proofing. You can see the pictures. Absolutely, it has been driven as like in our drawing, how we are showing 114 mm dia with this boomer. Next. After that, we are doing the this chemical grout. You can see that these are the two pipes, two components. Component A, component B. With this, it is a pump here. I will show at the end of the presentation that what are the equipments I have used for this tunnel to tackle this type of problems. Here we have to pump this PU grout with a bar of about 35 to 40. Even it can reach up to 50 bars for this thing. This PU, I think polyurethane two-component system, just let me take some 2 minutes here to explain how it works when it is combined together. We have to pump in a separate pipes. When it is combined with that both the solutions and when it is coming in contact with the water, then whatever the volume is there, it will enhance by 15 to 20% in outside. If it is an open area, it will be enhanced or it has been increased by about 15 to 20%. But when it is a consolidated or combined this thing in the inside the soil, it may varies from 5 to 8% inside. And it will become a foam. Once it is come in contact with the water, then the entire water it will become a foam. Next. This is a grouting phase, grouting. After this, this is what you are seeing. Next. Here, in this type of a soft tunnel, we cannot use, especially somebody was telling that drill and blast, you can see that how difficult it is. We cannot use any explosives here, and even you cannot use my excavator for digging this. This is vibration is the again enemy for any water collection. You can try yourself, you put the water in the sand and you hammer it a number of times. The water will collect in this area. That is the lesson we have learned here. And for this also, earlier you were using that breaker. That also it gives the hammering effect. For that we have changed into the rotary drum cutter so that it will give a more effectively we can tackle this type of problems. Next. After that, there is a resurrection manually we are done with this. Next. This is another photograph. Here you can see this is the tunnel T2 side where that entire gushing of water has come and it has formed in the top of the hill as sinkhole. Earlier you were doing the entire heading portion earlier. Subsequently, that area has been further reduced to, you can see the half of the heading portion here. Remaining we did not touch. Only this portion we have tackled and we have gone ahead because there was a sinkhole in the top. If anything touch this portion, it may again come down. For that one, we have reduced the area and we are made all the treatment and we have gone ahead. Next. This is the portion we are aage gaya tha. When you are doing inside the excavation, again it has started giving problem in the back side. You can see that whatever the concrete I put here, this immediately I have taken the corrective measures to arrest this, whatever the pressure it is coming from the side. Next. This is another phase excavation. Next. This is the river action. Here what I did, after doing this, then I started removing this, the second portion. What I have done, this is also again, I have to do the pipe proofing. Similar, whatever the activities I have taken, the same it has been repeated here for doing. When I am doing like this, then again it started giving problem and the middle portion. Again I stopped it here. After strengthening all these things, then we did not touch this portion. This will be touched only after breakthrough of my tunnel, so that we will have a sufficient area in case of any eventualities happen, then we can take safety of this tunnel. Next. See, this is the progress what we have got in this entire year-wise. I can put it here. 2016 we have done 982 meters when I am doing in the P2 side dolomite portion where it is giving support for us. And 2017 it has happened that then we doesn't have any progress here, almost 3-4 years. In 2022 only we have started this type of this methodology has been used. Then you can see here month-wise I put the progress to understand how difficult it is. Only in the month of March we could able to take 22.6 meters. That is the highest progress in a single month from the both the phases. Okay. Next. Now this is the current position. Excavation is left out is only 73 and lining is 693. Next. Some of the machineries, I know that is a lot of time has been taken, but I would like to show what are the equipments I used for tackling this type of problems. Next. This is earlier we have imported some of the machineries from the Italy. That is a long mast. Actually, it's costing nearly about more than 10 crore, but it has been brought, but it has not been successful. You might have been known that one of the pioneer in NATM, he only suggested this. We have brought, but it did not work. Next. This is another short mast for shorter pipe length ke liye. Next. This is the boomer. What I am using, that's what I am telling. Finally, we are using that Indian made, make in India. Finally, we have come to that make in India. Next, this is the chemical grout pump I used for this MITWPU system. Next, this is the technical pump. Actually, it is a very good pump for making any cement grouting. It's a continuous. It is not. It's having a 2 piston. And I can go up to 200 bar in this machine. 200 bar. Next. This is a shortcut machine. I think everybody knows. I don't want to. This one I would like to emphasize here. This is a recently it has been imported from some country. I will not name here because it was very essential for reducing further vibration to my excavation. Especially when I am packing that shotcrete. Again, I have to break that shotcrete about 300 to 400 mm thick of shotcrete with the steel fiber का साथ में जो मैंने किया था. उसका break करने के लिए, if I use that breaker, again the vibration will come and it will disturb my all the mechanical properties of whatever I did the entire experiment. For this, that DDC has suggested this saw cutter. That's why it has been imported from China. Okay. So this has been tried, but it is having a diamond bit and all, but it can be done in outside. Actually, maneuvering inside the tunnel with the existing space is absolutely difficult. So before making anything, we should practically see that whether it is required or not, whether it is working or not. Simply somebody tells, then immediately we agree with that and we adopt because we doesn't have this expertise. Now, I will tell you after this how our Indian people have gathered that the knowledge. Next. This is a drum cutter. How I am using? Next. Before this thing, yes, I come back to my audience. Dear friends, I am happy to say in this function that we are not less than anybody else in the world. We have learned entire this thing, and now my Indian people are doing much better than the foreign people, even though they have brought the designs, but the implication and the implementations that has been done by Indians. My supervisors, my workers, they have got a lot of experience in this. Now, earlier, whenever there is a small outflow in that area, the people have to run away from that phase. Now it is reverse. Whenever there is a small coming out from this thing, they are running into the phase and tackle this phase. Even today also the DDC, they will not go even small, there is a dangerous in the inside the tunnel, but my Indian people are working inside the tunnel. This is the greatness, and this is what are the experience we are achieved in this tunnel. This will be digresses into the entire our country. All the people, even we have made our labor, actually workers. Now he is a highly skilled supervisor. Highly skilled supervisor. Earlier he was a worker. He has learned the things. Even we have made a lot of people, like even for the bridges, this bridge, the welding is an important part. For that also, the people have joined as the workers. Now they are a good welder. Initially, in this bridge, we have nearly about 30,000 metric ton of steel has been used. And the first time in the country, we have got an enable lab at the site itself. And there we have trained all the local people. Initially, we used to get a lot of defects in the welds, nearly about 4 to 5%. At the end, it is a zero defect of the entire the bridge. Really, it is highly appreciable, and I want to share with you. कभी जो problem आता है, I will tell you, my friends, should not run away from the problem. We should tackle that. Yes, we will fail one time, 2 times, but like when we learn the things, because why I'm telling, because I worked in this Himalayan region for almost 12 years. I was leading to all the people. If any problem is there, just come. I will stand inside the tunnel. These are the things we have learned in this thing. And our engineers and the supervisors and the entire team, now they are fit to work in any type of underground tunnels in the world. This is the most difficult tunnel in the earth. This is my last sentence, what I mean to say. And I conclude my presentation. If any questions is there, then I am ready to answer. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your amazing experience and taking us through these great projects which are the jewel for our country. I would now invite Dr. Krishnaiah to felicitate Shri R.K. Hegde, sir. I would further like to ask Dr. Krishnaiah to felicitate Shri Sharat Chavan, sir, who is the Assistant Engineer of KRCL. Please welcome Shri Sharad Sawan sir. Moving ahead with our next session, our next speaker for the day is Shri Atul Gadgil sir. He's the Director of Works at Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited. He completed his graduation from IIT Delhi in the year 1989 and further completed his master's in the year 1990. After completing his master's, he joined the Central Public Works Department as an assistant executive engineer. And in the year 1995, he was promoted to the executive position. He joined the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited in the year 2003. Now, during his experience of 33 years, he has completed 13 major projects, out of which 8 were metro projects. Today, he's here to present his work on Pune metro tunnels, construction, and challenges. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just had a very nice lecture from Mr. Hegde and KRCL team. We are also doing the same type of job here, but in totally different geology. He faced challenges of different types. We faced challenges of different types. Let the presentation begin. I will explain what are the challenges we faced. One. instrumentation and monitoring, geology of the project, then tunneling methods. Already Mr. Hegde has dwelt upon in detail for that, but briefly I will also touch the challenges and the underground station construction. Next. A very brief about our organization. We started with Nagpur city when our company was named as Nagpur Metro Rail Corporation. But when Pune Metro project was sanctioned in 2016, it was reconstituted as Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited, having two projects at Nagpur and Pune. It's a very unique concept of 50-50 JV. Many of you may not be aware of what is this. So it's a 50% stake by Government of India and 50% stake by Government of Maharashtra. So we are a public sector undertaking. This concept was introduced way back in 2000 by our metro man, Mr. Sridharan. And he devised this unique scheme to take the advantage of both the governments at center and the state. You know, transportation is a state subject, and it is purely the state government's responsibility to provide effective transportation in a city. But because of the complex nature and very highly technical nature of metro construction, central government's involvement was a must. So he devised a very unique idea of 50-50 JP. So both the governments are now adopting metro projects as their own, and we are getting help from all the governments. That is a very unique, I would say, USP for success of metro sector in India. We have already completed two projects. Nagpur Metro Phase 1 has been completed, that is 40 kilometers and 36 stations. Recently, Sidco Metro at Navi Mumbai, they were doing it on its own, but many of you may be knowing 10 years it was just lingering on, and they were not able to complete. So looking at our track record, the project was handed over to us, and in last 2 years we completed the project, 11 kilometers and 11 stations. It is now completely ready and waiting for the inauguration by political masters. The projects which are under progress, Pune Metro Phase 1, which I will be speaking here, it is 33 kilometers and 30 stations with 6 kilometers of underground. Nagpur Metro Phase 2 has recently been sanctioned, and work has just started there. The number of projects are already in the pipeline. Nasik Metro, Pune Metro Phase 2, we have already started action on that. Then BG Metro, Warangal Metro. We have outside the Maharashtra Metro also, Maharashtra state also, looking at our track record. Next. This is a map of our Pune Metro. Traditionally, whenever metro starts in a city, it is the first is in a plus sign. So it, north, south, east, west, all directions are covered in the city with a central intersection point. So we also adopted the same model here. So our north-south corridor is running from PCMC to Swargate, east-west corridor from Banas to Ramwadi, and we are intersecting at Civil Court, which is an interchange station. You see the funding pattern, total project cost is 11,420. And this is another USP of metro, success of metro, that we are not depending upon the governments for funding. 60% bulk of the project cost is bilateral loan. We have taken loan from European banks. So about 6,000 crores loan we have taken, and about 2,000 crore loan equity has been shared by Government of India and Government of Maharashtra. If you see just the scale of it, 11,420 crores to be spent in 5 years, out of which 1 year goes in the planning. So in 4 years flat, we have to spend this much. If you do some back calculations, it will come to about 8 crores per day. Just imagine the magnitude of the work we are doing for the Pune city. Next. Going by the timeline, time is a very essential and main focus of us, that we have to complete the project in time. Gone are the days when civil engineering projects were lingering on like anything. Now, there is a strict mandate that the project has to be completed in 5 years flat. You must have seen our Honorable Prime Minister, he says, whatever project he has inaugurated as foundation laying, he has inaugurated also. So we are also in line with that. So our project was sanctioned by Honorable Prime Minister in 2016. Then first section we completed in March 2002, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. Second section recently on 1st August, another 12 kilometers was also again inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. Now very small stretch of 9 kilometers is balance. So we intend to complete the entire project by December, covering 33 kilometers. Next. These are the glimpses of the flagging off. Next. Now metros are, it's not a new in our country. About 18 to 19 cities are either metro is running or metro is under construction. So when we were planning the metro, we thought that we have to be something different. We don't want to just copy the other metros and do it. So the station, we designed the station in a very unique manner. All our stations are based on some theme based. I'm sorry, I'm a bit diverting from the main focus, but it's very important, so you people must know. Those who are from Pune, they will appreciate, and those who are come from outside, I will request them to go take a ride in our metro also. The left photo on the top corner, you see, we have a organic theme. It looks like a leaf with beautiful veins there. The next is, it's a null stop station. You must be knowing that Film and Television Institute is located very near to that. So inspired by that, we have inherited that legacy of old reel. Now it's all digital, but it's showing the reel of old times. This is a PCMC station. It is the heart of the industrial area, so we have taken an industrial theme. Many of our stations are on the top right corner, bottom corner. It's a shape of the metro. You can see the logo where from the tunnel that metro coach is coming, metro train is coming. So that shape we have tried to give. Next. Two of our stations are in riverbed. Many of you must have seen that issues of because of some NGT issues. So two of stations, Deccan and Sambhaji, we have tried to give the shape of a pagdi. It's a Tanaji Malusare pagdi. Very easy to architects to draw that, but we have learned from how difficult it is. Just a construction of this roof and it has taken us more than 6 months. The PMC station right in front of the PMC headquarters, we are inspired by the Shanwar Bada theme and some Bada theme all over the Maharashtra state. Next. Some of the, these are 2 underground stations have already been commissioned, so those are the interiors. Many of you must have seen. It is getting appreciation from all over, and social media, all these pictures are getting viral. Next. As I said, we wanted to have something different, unique, other than which is not common to all the metros. So one was this architectural, other I will just tell. NATM construction, station construction by NATM, probably we have done for the first time. Bombay Metro is doing, but in a small way, we have 2 stations entirely by the NATM construction. NATM, Mr. Hegde had explained how NATM construction is done. Doing it in Himalayas is a different matter, and doing it in heart of the city where all above the ground people are staying is, I am telling you, it's only to be experienced oneself. Next. No, please go back. When we were planning the depot, the PMC offered us that Kachra depot near Kothurud. Earlier it was outside the city, but in the last 20 years, it has almost become at the center of the city with all residential colonies all around. So it had become a point of nuisance. So they offered us whether you can convert it into a depot. We said, yes, we will do it. So when we went there, we studied the entire area. About 5 lakh cubic meter of garbage was there. So it was a big challenge to us to remove that garbage, but we retrieve about 2 lakh cubic meter of garbage from the decomposed soil, which we used for backfilling and below the roads. So we have given a tagline as Kachra se Kanchan tak. Matlab, it's not all waste. We retrieved a lot of from there. Then multi-layer transport system, we are pioneers in that. We have constructed about 5 kilometers of double-deck structures in Nagpur. First level is road, and next level is metro. Here also a small null stop you must have seen while coming to this place. First level is, PMC was planning a flyover there, and on the same route metro is also there. So PMC requested us, can you do it, this double deck? We said yes, and we have successfully completed. All our station buildings are IGBC rating. Green buildings norms is a talk of the town these days. Every structure has to be conforming to green building. So we have also done, and we are aspiring for all platinum ratings for our stations. Then 100% recycling of all water coming from maybe rooftop or sewerage, or 100%, not a single drop is being wasted into the municipal drains. We are recycling is number of times, and after 5 or 6 cycles, when the water quality deteriorates, we use it for horticulture purpose. No tree cut policy is another USP for us. Any infrastructure project you go, the first thing obstruction is trees. So many environmentalists are there who will be after us to not to cut a single tree. But yes, we got the permission because inevitable. But we decided that we will not cut any tree. We will transplant all the trees. Even though PMC gave us permission to cut the trees, we transplanted all the trees with a root ball technology. Most of our trees succeeded. I would say about more than 80% success rate we got. Because of this policy, we did not face any challenge from any quarters in the Pune city. Make in India is a very important initiative by the present government, and we have also abided by that. The first indigenously manufactured aluminum metro coach. All these days, either it was in steel or MS or SS, but this time it is, we have brought it aluminum. Aluminum is a very energy efficient material, so our axle loads are much lighter. It saves us into all civil cost also. Then we are going big way in enhancing solar energy. About 11 megawatt of we have planned to tap from solar, which will suffice to about more than 40% of our energy requirement. We have recently launched the National Compliant Common Mobility Card. The Metro card at Pune will be applicable all over India. Next. As I said, Make in India is a very important initiative. My previous speaker has also said, yes, Indians can do it. We have already done it. Government of India has specified some norms that minimum percentage, this much should be indigenized in all the engineering factors, rolling stock, MEP. Metro is a very multifaceted, it's not only civil engineering. But at every stream of engineering, norms were set by Government of India, but we have exceeded that. So I am very proud to say that more than 80% of Pune Metro is by the Indians, for the Indians. Next. When Metro Culture started in India by Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, they planned Metro as a standalone transportation solution. But over the years, they came to know that if only metros are there, people will not be encouraged, because from your house to nearest metro station, from the destination metro station to the workplace, if there is no mode of transport available, people will not patronize. So in 2017, central government came out with a policy that it has to be multimodal integration should be the integral part. So in Pune also we are trying multimodal integration, all the e-bikes, e-autos, bicycles. PMPL is our feeder bus operator. It has just started in the operational stations, but in next few months you will see 100% multimodal integration. Next. Now metros is a very, very capital extensive project. You see 11,000 crores. And although we have taken loan from international agencies, but we have to pay back. So we have to be financially sustainable. For that, there are two aspects. You reduce the expenditure and increase the revenue. Reducing the expenditure is you reduce the capex by faster execution and innovative design. And then operational expenditure is to be reduced by energy cost. We have done solar manpower reduction per kilometer. Human resources is very, very important aspect. We came to know that the main expenditure is towards salaries, but in countries like India, where a lot of unemployment is there, we cannot do away with manpower. So very optimum balance we have made by reducing slight manpower to reduce our operational expenditure. Increase of revenue, that non-fare box revenue has to be increased, because fares we cannot fix from our own side. There is a committee which fixes the fare. So the viability is not done by the fares only. We have to do non-fare box revenue. Next. These are the various modes through which, apart from the fare box, we are collecting revenue. So we intend that we should be self-sufficient and we will not be dependent on government for our running of the operations and the project. Next. Now we have not stopped at the phase 1. Already phase 1 extensions and phase 2, it is under planning. 2 extensions, PCMC to Nigdi and Swargate to Katraj are on the cards. We have already started preparing tender documents, and very soon the work will start. Next. This is phase 2, a total of 61 kilometers, 55 stations. This is now in Government of Maharashtra under consideration. We expect that in 6 months or 1 year time, phase 2 also will be sanctioned. Next. This is a ring road. Pune Municipal Corporation had planned a ring road in this shape connecting all the different arterial roads. But since last 10 years, they could not do it because of some contractual problems or lack of funds. So now they have requested us to try Metro Neo on this. Metro Neo is a new concept. It's a lighter version of the metro. So this project is also under consideration with Government of Maharashtra. Next. Now coming to the main topic of today, I've taken a bit long for the overview. Next. As I said, out of 33 kilometers, 6 kilometers is underground, which runs into the heart of the Pune city, Old Pet area. So it starts from Shivaji Nagar, covers the civil code, then it crosses the Mutha river, then Budhwar Pet or Kasba Pet, it is more popularly known, then Mandai and Swargate. This is our underground stretch. Next. Most of the tunneling we have done with mechanized tunneling, that is tunnel boring machine. There is a video later on, I will show you how a tunnel boring machine works. But I will tell what is the sequence. We dug a shaft to lower down the TBMs. You have to just place one. Is it going? Next. No, go back. There was some animation, but I will just explain. The TBMs are lowered from the shaft. Then there is a drive. It digs the tunnel. Automatically, all the sections are built. There is a video. We will show it. Then it will cross the stations which are coming in way, that Shivaji Nagar and Civil Code. Then it went up to Budhwar Pet, and the TBMs were retrieved from there. Next. From the other end also, we lowered 2 TBMs from the Swargate end, and similarly traversed through Mandai station and Budhwar Pet station. Again, we got it. So total of about 6 kilometers of tunneling we have done with 4 TBMs. Next. Yes. Mr. Hegde was telling that all this tunneling they have done in in Himalaya areas, it is called greenfield, no human habitation, nothing else. But here we are doing in the heart of the city. It's a brownfield project, and before taking up any of the work, these are the most essential features, even more important than the actual tunneling. What is those? Is preconditioned building survey and instrumentation monitoring. I'll very briefly tell what is pre-construction survey. On both sides of the tunnels, about 50 meters is the influence area we have decided. We have surveyed all nook and corner of the city. Every house has been mapped, every establishment has been mapped visually to see if there are any cracks or any distress is there in the building. It was a gigantic task. When we started this work, people were not allowing us to enter their house. Then we had to hold samvad. We had to convince them that it is in their benefit only. Luckily, the Puneites have cooperated with us. We have done survey more than 2,000 households. I will tell you later on. Every distress has been captured. Next. As I said, 50 meter is the influence zone on either side of the tunnel. And the contractor has done the survey, and then he submits the report to the engineer, which every minute details have been indicated. I will show the sample later. Next. This is just a pictorial presentation. Our tunnel is a center line of 50 meters on either side. And the stations where it is being done by cut and cover, depth of the station into 2 times. So in this case, it was about 40 meters. So all the stations around 40 to 60 meters, we have done the building condition survey. Next. Now, based on only the visual inspection, the buildings are classified as where there are just hairline cracks of minute nature. Then this is the classification just by visual inspection. Not much of theory in that, but the crack width and the number of cracks. That governs whether building is in moderate condition or severe condition. Next. These are the building condition report which contractor submits to the engineer. Each building, it gives the name of the building, the owners, number of floors, type of construction, whether RCC or wooden or load bearing, age of the building. We tried our best to get the foundation drawings, but as it is said, no foundation. It is very difficult. Hardly we got any foundation drawing from private buildings. Government buildings, 1 or 2 years we got the foundation drawing. So record keeping is also very, very important aspect. So all these buildings are classified as very slight, or moderate. Next. There were severe buildings also we encountered in the old pet areas where buildings are more than 100 years age, old. Next. As I said, a total of 1,532 buildings have been surveyed in this influence zone in this 6 kilometers. It was really a gigantic task. More than 6 months we were doing only survey. Next. After the preliminary report, then now comes the science. When the settlement are to be predicted by the geological parameters. So within the influence zone, contour maps of settlement, 5 mm settlement, 10 mm settlement, up to 50 mm, 60 mm settlements, those contours are drawn where we have to predict the settlement. And then those contours are mapped onto the buildings. We have to then, each building will be identified as how much the settlement will be there in that building. If the settlement is less than 10 mm, we need not bother. Buildings are designed for that. And if it is, then comes the strain theory. There it was only a crack, visual cracks and the crack width and number of cracks. Here it is a tensile strain. We measure the tensile strain for all these stresses there. And if it is below 0.15%, we need not bother again. But all buildings which is having tensile strain of more than 0.1%, we have to do some sort of monitoring and retrofitting. Next. Again, a graphical representation, which building is coming in which category. Next. So after all this analysis, we have classified all the buildings into the 4 categories. The first category is that just keep on monitoring it, nothing else, not to be bothered. B2 category is regular monitoring as per our monitoring scheme where we'll do all the instrumentation. The next category will be where it is a severe condition. We have to do the structural support. We may have to do some repairs also. And the severe most category, we have identified few buildings where we had to evacuate the residents from there during our tunnel construction. We located them in nearby hotels or somewhere else. And when our operation was completed, we brought them back. Although we were confident that nothing was going to happen, but human lives are very precious. We did not want to take any of the chances, slightest of the chances. So those buildings which were categorized as very severe, we asked the people politely to please shift for maybe 2 months or so to nearby areas. Luckily, they cooperated. About 60 to 70 families we had to shift, mainly in Kasbapet area. Next. Now, instrumentation and monitoring is also very, very important when we are working in a city area and densely populated area. So all the buildings are monitored at some frequency, and some buildings are real-time monitoring round the clock 24/7. So what all we measure the tilt and rotation of the building, we measure the cracks, settlement if any, deformation in all the 3 directions, X, Y, Z, then vibration monitoring. Mr. Hegde was telling why vibration is so important. And the groundwater table. It is also very important, groundwater. Whenever we do the excavation, groundwater table deviates. So it has to also be controlled. Next. Monitoring, as I said, some aspects have to be monitored daily, weekly. I will come to that later on. All these monitoring data, contractor has to report to engineers, and we keep a meticulous record of it. Next. Now, vibration, he was telling vibration was a very important. Yes, vibration is a key aspect. The structures where it is to be measured in the terms of peak particle velocity, that is mm per second. So about 25 ppb buildings are considered to be very good condition. Poor 5, fair 12, water supply structures and heritage structures just 5 peak particle velocity. Because of our construction activity, vibration should not exceed these limits. Although those buildings where the vibration of 25 ppb was permitted, but we on our own put a restriction of 10 ppb. No buildings nowhere the vibration should exceed 10 mm. If there is vibration is exceeding 10 mm, then we modified our construction scheme. I will come to that later. Next. Now, because of all the instrumentation, like tilt, settlement, vertical groundwater table lowering, we have designed the alarm level. And then if the instrumentation shows that 50% of the alarm level has been achieved, immediately the engineers are given a message on the mobiles all the engineers will get that message that yes, it particular instrument is giving alarm level, alert level. Then people will go there, see from visual inspection if what can be done. If it goes down, then it might be because of some temporary effects, so we continue the work. Next is action level. If it reaches the 70% level, then alarm bells are rung, and we have to see why it is happening. We study why it happening, although we continue the work, but with caution. Like tunneling speed we have to control, excavation speed we have to control. And if doing all those things, despite this, if it reaches the alarm level, all activities has to be stopped. And we have to revise all our construction scheme. Next. These are some of the instrumentation and scheme where which we monitor all the data. This is pavement settlement point. It's just a settlement, vertical settlement, where some rigid pavement is there. Just you have to dig a nail. Where soft soil is there, we have to do a concrete and then put a bore in that and then put the nail. Then multiple point boring extensometer, that is at different levels, it will predict the settlement above the tunnels. Then standpipe piezometer is to measure the water levels. Then building inclinometer, next. Then crack width, tilt plate, building settlement marker, all these are the instruments where this is the vibration monitoring sensor. This seems to be very petty things, but it is very, very important when we work in a residential area or in a city area. Next. You see where the construction is going on in the tunnel also, we are monitoring it. All the points have been marked, those white dots, those are monitored on weekly basis. Next. These are our station buildings where we are monitoring the tilts, open areas nearby our structure, there also it is measured. Next. On the buildings also, we have put all these things. People were a bit angry or anxious, why they are putting this instrument to us, what will happen? So we had to tackle all those things. Next. These instruments are put in an array. Along the alignment, every 50 meters, we have put all these instruments, and on either side 50 meters. So that is the array, we put all these instruments and we keep on monitoring. Next. Then all the instruments are, before the excavation is started, we have to do the weekly monitoring. During excavation, daily monitoring. Then we complete the work. Then also we keep on monitoring the structures for some after effects. And after all the backfilling has been done, the area has been restored, then for a few months we keep it monitoring, and then we remove all the instruments. Next. Some structures are to be monitored real time, like heritage structures or very severe category. So it is a computerized theodolite which records the data online, and through GPS it transfers the data. So online monitoring is also there. Next. Now the geology of the project, which is topic of the day. Next. Pune is, we are having Deccan volcanic province, is one of the largest igneous. It is a dense basalt. It has been predicted that about 67 million years ago, the lava was erupted in this area, and it got cooled very rapidly. So very fine-grained structure has been created, and that is called basalt. The basalt has got three varieties: vesicular basalt, amygdaloidal basalt, and compact basalt. Next. You see the middle one, the compact basalt. When it solidifies and if no gases are trapped in that, it gives a homogeneous structure. So that is compact basalt. The vesicular basalt is that over the period of time, those gases evaporate and then such cavities are created. And third category is amygdaloidal basalt. In those cavities, some soft material gets deposited. So these three types of basalt we encountered here through our soil investigation. Next. At every 50 meters, we have dug boreholes all along the tunnel. So in entire 6 kilometers, every 50 meters, we have dug the tunnels, the boreholes, and we have preserved these rock data for every bore, and based on that, all our tunnel design, underground station design has been done. Next. The UCS is the major unit to measure the rock strength. So if it is fresh to slightly weathered, we are getting UCS up to 75 MPa. If it is slightly weather to medium, then 55 or 40. Somewhere we got more than 100 MPa also. In those tough, very solid basalt rock, tunneling by TPM was a big challenge for us. Then we record the RQD and core recovery and the permeability. Permeability is, very important. We have to arrest the leakage of water. Even if it is in rock, water is, again, the enemy during construction. Next. So entire geology is mapped on a longitudinal scale. So you can see about 20-meter depth pay. These are the layers we got: compact basalt, amygdalal basalt, basically all types of all three basalt layers we got. Based on this is the borehole which you see. This is the borehole based on that. Based on that, all our TBM designs have been done and underground stations have been designed. Next. Now coming to tunneling method. The two types of tunneling method are conventionally used. One is NATM, that is New Austrian tunneling method. Although it is called New Austrian, but it is the age-old technology. Mr. Hegde has dwelt in detail in that, so I will not go by that. But TBM, yes, it is a mechanized tunneling. First time in Maharashtra state, TBM machines were used for underground tunneling work. Next. A very brief about the NATM works. I will not go into detail as it has already been covered. He was referring to top heading, benching. So this is a particular shape we had for our crossovers, where it is not possible to do the tunneling because tracks have to cross each other to take the trains from one track to other track. So in that case, tunnel boring machine will give only a single shape. So there we have to adopt this NATM. This tunnel was done by NATM method. These are the three heading he was also mentioning: top heading, heading number 1, 2, and 3. It has to be done in the staggered manner to keep the soil under stable condition. Next. This is a general sequence of how we did the excavation. The first is survey. You do the survey. All the points are predetermined. All the coordinates X, Y, Z are predetermined through our computer programming. Next is the drilling. This boomer is taken there, and everywhere we have to do control blasting here. Luckily, no soil anywhere in our tunneling. So everywhere hard rock, but it also poses some challenge because it has to be done through blasting. There are severe restriction of getting permission for blasting, and only during daytime you have to do the blasting. Evening hours it is not allowed. So we have to drill the hole and then put the charge. That is another science in itself. How much charge is to be put? What is the firing sequence? It's another subject in itself. All the idea is to keep the vibrations under control at the ground level. Then blasting is done. Then as you do the blasting, a lot of gases are generated. So forced ventilation, we have to remove those gases. Then the muck which gets generated because of the blasting, it has to be taken out. And then this process, some rock bolts are also to stabilize the structures. And then this process goes on for excavation. He was mentioning that only few centimeters they could achieve. Yes, it is really what he said is correct. In our case, we could achieve about 1 meter per day progress. Next. This is again detailing about the NATM construction. You can see the staggering. He was also telling that all the headings are staggered. So we kept a staggering distance about 15 meters. So the heading number 1, heading number 2 and heading number 3 are sequentially behind each other by 15 meters or so. Next. This is all detailing rock bolting, then shotcreting. I will not go into detail, already covered. Next. 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 One of the, previous. As he said, Madhadars is full of challenges. So we had also a share of it in our case. Luckily, touch wood, not major challenges. No disturbance to any of the household on the surface. But yes, we got a challenge at civil court area when we were doing this NATM. Suddenly, a cavity was seen at the top location, and a cavity of about size 6 meter by 3 meter. Next. You can see on the top, when we are doing the heading number 1, a cavity was seen. The main reason of the worry was that the extent of the cavity is very hard to determine. And if we don't treat it properly, it may create into a sinkhole. Means it can go up to the top, and buildings are there, residents are there. So it was a big challenge for us how to arrest this cavity. Next. You can see the actual photograph. On the photograph, you will not be able to appreciate, but we had our, what do you call, lifetime experience that what to do with this cavity. Water is seeping continuously from that cavity. Small particles are dropping down, and the cavity was getting enlarged. So we had to stop all the works, even at the cost of the progress. We said nothing doing, safety is paramount. We devised the way how to treat it. Next slide. You can see the cavity there. On pictorially, it is showing less magnitude, but it was huge. So multiple layer of rock bolting, then short treating, then permanent lining. Almost 2 months we stopped the work and arrested this, treated this cavity. Next. Just enlarged view of the cavity. Next. Finally, after completion of the section, NATM tunnel, it looks like this. A very wonderful site. Next. Now I'll go into the mechanized tunneling method, a TBM. Mr. Gupta was here. He is a mechanical engineer. I was telling him that civil engineering and mechanical engineering go hand by hand. Both have to depend upon each other. This is a totally mechanized and mechanical engineering. We used it for our tunneling purpose, civil engineering purpose. And as I said, this is the only part in our project, civil engineering project, that we had to depend on the foreign agency. Because unfortunately, India, there is not big market for tunneling, because very few underground tunneling works are being taken. So we have to import this TBMs from TerraTech, Hong Kong. There is a video there which will give it the detail of the, just a 5-minute video, very easy to understand. Next. Just a view of the cutter head. We can see the cutter disc and the openings. These, the geology of the project will determine the number of cutter discs and number of the openings. So there is a science in it for the cutter head. Next. Just our TBM is coming out of the NATM terminal. Next. Can you play this video? Pen drive मध्ये पण एक video है. You can play that. It's a 6-minute video, very easy to understand. It gives the just enjoy. Audio. It's a 90-meter long gigantic machine costing about 40 crores each. It is called earth pressure balancing EPB machines. The basic idea is that whatever is the pressure ahead of the cutter head, you have to maintain that much pressure so that it balances and there are no collapses. Audio is not there? Try once, otherwise let it be like this. Go back then. Start from beginning.
On the front shield, a cutter head incorporated in 1990, TerraTech is the renowned Australian tunneling boring machines and raise boring machines designer and manufacturer. During the last 20 years, TerraTech has designed and manufactured TBMs for specific ground conditions for projects around the world, including soft ground. the city. In cooperation with Japanese manufacturers, Teritech developed an EPB tunneling system, which is one of the most reliable and efficient in the market today. The TBM is divided into two main parts. One is the shield, which is in direct contact with the soil and the excavation face, and isolates the interior of the machine from the ground with a steel skin. The other main part is the backup system, which is a rolling structure that follows the shield and which carries all the auxiliary systems to allow the continuous advance of the TBM. On the front of the shield, a cutter head equipped with its cutting tools rotates and excavates the ground from the tunnel face. Teritech's cutter heads are designed specifically for each geology, and its cutting tools configuration and opening ratio depends on the project needs. The cutting tools consist of blades, which tear the material from the face when the cutter head rotates, and scrappers, which convey the excavated material to the muck chamber. For those sections where the ground is competent enough, Teritech's cutter heads can mount roller disc cutters instead of the blades. These can be easily replaceable from behind the cutter head when required. Teritech's own designed backloading disc cutters can be single, double, or triple, in sizes which range from 13 to 19 inches. The disc cutters can be monoblock or ring replaceable type. Depending on the geological conditions, the most suitable combination of disc cutters is selected. When the ground conditions require it, water, foam, or additives can be injected through multiple points on the cutter head, giving to the tunnel face more stability and allowing a smoother material flow, minimizing the wear of the cutter head structure and the cutting tools. The cutter head structure is supported by a large 3-row roller bearing, and the rotation of the cutter head is produced by the action of several electric motors driven simultaneously. The advance of the EPB TBM is produced by the action of the thrust cylinders. These cylinders are mounted in the rear section of the shield body and react against the tunnel lining, transferring its pushing force to the cutter head and allowing the TBM to keep advancing. When the tunnel alignment requires the negotiation of curves on the way, the shield body may be divided into two sections, front and rear. In this case, both sections of the shield are connected by hydraulic articulation. This articulation transfers all the pushing force of the thrust cylinders from the rear body to the front one, allowing the thrust cylinders to keep pushing evenly through the segment lining. The installation of the tunnel lining is produced by the erector arm, which is located in the rear body of the shield. Once the TBM has completed the excavation of one full stroke, the thrust cylinders retract in groups, and the erector commences the installation of each concrete piece, which are known as segments.
After completing with one ring excavation, the machine is erecting the ring.
The erector takes each of the segments from the segment feeder and places each one on its position until the last one, called key segment, which closes the ring and allows the TBM to commence another boring cycle. In this way, the TBM installs one ring after another, allowing the tunnel length to increase until the complete tunnel is finished. The evacuation of the excavated material is done through a screw conveyor. From the screw conveyor, the material is transferred to a belt conveyor in the backup. And from there, it can be dumped into muck cars or into another conveyor installed on the tunnel wall. The tunnel conveyor, which extends continuously as the TBM advances, is the preferred solution, especially for long-distance tunnels where this method is much more efficient than the conventional evacuation by muck cars. The segments and other supplies which allow the advance of the TBM are transported to the TBM by the supply train. This train typically comprises of a locomotive pushing 2 segment cars, a grout car, and platform to carry other materials. In addition, when the evacuation of the muck is by the train, several muck cars must be also included in the train. When the train arrives at the backup system, a crane picks the segments up one by one and carries them to the segment feeder. The segment feeder forwards the segments sequentially one by one up to the erector. Depending on the size of the TBM, the capacity of the segment feeder can be for half or for one complete ring. During the segment unloading operation, all of the materials from the train are transferred to the backup system. Once all the supplies from the train have been unloaded, this departs from the backup, allowing the next one to come in. TerraTech EPB tunnel boring machines provide the most advanced design and reliable technology to allow the efficient excavation of kilometers of tunnels in any type of soft or mixed ground.
I think this small video has given in very clear terms and very easy terms how a mechanized tunneling is done. But easier said than done. We have experienced what all challenges, even in TBM tunneling, we have faced. Next. Now, briefly, just 2-3 slides more. The underground construction of the stations. The stations are typically constructed by either cut and cover or NATM. In cut and cover also there are 2 types. Either you have to do bottom up or top down. So just next slide. The top down construction is really very strange to just comprehend how a top down construction is done. Typically it is done when soil conditions are there. So in Delhi we have used extensively the top down method. So what do? First, at the periphery of the station we dig the diaphragm wall. It's about 1.2 meter or 1 meter width diaphragm wall. So entire periphery is first constructed with diaphragm wall. And then you start digging from the top, and first layer you put a slab, permanent slab, with an opening in between, maybe about 5 meter by 5 meter opening. The slab acts as a strut to these walls, the first level strut. So it stabilizes the surrounding walls. Then through that opening, we lower down the excavator and you go to the next level of excavation. When we reach to the next level, you put another slab and again put a hole in that. Then through that opening, you again lower down the excavator and do the excavation and cast the last. So here in our stage, there are 3 layers. Bottommost layer is called base slab, then there is a concourse slab, then there is a roof slab. So 3 level slabs are there. Although we did not use this method in Pune because it was all rock, but in Delhi it is being done extensively. Very faster construction. Straight away you go to the permanent structures. Next. Whereas in bottom-up construction, which is a typical construction, you see all the builders are doing bottom-up. So here also because of the rock condition, because it was a natural stabling structure, soil, rock, we did this bottom-up construction. Here what we have done, we have used the temporary struts. Instead of permanent concrete struts, we have used the temporary struts. We have done the excavation right up to the bottom, and then you start building up as a regular structure. That is the difference between top-down and bottom-up. So in Pune Metro, all the stations, except the 2 stations which we have done by NATM, I'll come to that, we have done cut and cover by bottom-up construction. Next. This is just relative advantages and disadvantages of the 2. Mainly, broadly speaking, in the rocky area, we go by bottom-up construction, and in soil condition, it is a top-down construction. Next. And this is I was referring the 2 stations at Kasba Pet and Mandai. We had got absolutely no space available. Puneites people know how densely populated these 2 areas are there. So a typically underground station requires a open area of about 250-meter length and 25-meter width. This much area was not available in those two areas. So we devised a new technique, probably the first time we have used in India. The entire station has been constructed by NATM method. What we have done, a small shaft area was given to us in Budhwarpet, where there was a school, Dadaji Konde school, which was abandoned by PMC. So they offered us that area. So through that shaft, we did vertically. First, the shaft construction was done. And from the bottom, both sides, we have dug the tunnels using the NATM method. A typical underground station by cut and cover would take about 3 years. But this station, because of the sequential nature, you have seen that how NATM construction is done, excavation, then waterproofing, then shotcrete, then permanent layer, all sequential expenditure, nothing goes parallel. First activity is completed, then only next activity can be taken. So typically these two stations have taken our more than 3 years. It is now 4th year which is going on. And these are the only stations left out, Kasbapet and Mandai. So that is next. That is all I wanted to tell about the Pune Metro. Hope you have got the overview of the Pune Metro project as well as the theme of today's tunneling and underground works. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your great experience. Your words are of great importance to us. We're extremely sorry for the technical difficulties from our side, and we are really thankful for your presence and patience. I will now request everyone present here to enjoy the lunch, which has been arranged at the Shri Raj main canteen for students. And we will be following that with the poster presentation competition, which will be held in the drawing hall of Civil Department. All the participants are requested to reach that location on time. Further, we will meet here again at 3 p.m. for the next technical session, which will be taken by Shri Vidyadhar Vengurlekar sir. Thank you so much for your patience.
Mahafest 2023, where we are celebrating 75 glorious years of Indian Geotechnical Society at this grand venue of MIT World Peace University. Continuing with the technical sessions, our next speaker is Sri Vidyadhar Vengurlekar. With over 35 years of experience in the industry, he has been the pioneer of trenchless technology in India. He has been associated with introducing, growing, and implementing unique ways of trenchless technology for laying and rehabilitating sewers and water mains as well as stormwater systems. He completed his graduation in civil engineering in 1986. Later, he worked for 21 years in MCGM. He has also his credits to first microtunneling project for laying of sanitary sewers of varying sizes in extremely challenging conditions in Mumbai. Today, he is here with ground improvement. Let's welcome him with big round of applause. Sri, as I hand over the mic to sir and let him take over.
Am I audible now? I think that means you are awake. So thank you. Everybody is awake? Just say yes. So thanks. What we will see, you might be expecting something different because primarily you might be thinking that I am going to talk about tunnels for transportation, metro rails, or large diameter tunnels at very high depths, and very hard rock. But I am talking something different. So tunnels can be of different type. That's what I want to emphasize today. So let us see. So here you will see the difference. Now on left hand side you can see the TBM, and on the right hand side you can see micro tunnel boring machine. So if you look at this is TBM, this is MTBM. Practically same. No difference. What is the difference? Now this is completely non-man entry remotely operated system. Whereas in this case, a person or the operator or the workers will work inside this. So what is the advantage? Advantage here is you are dealing with smaller diameter tunnels and remotely operated. People don't have to take risk of entering this, especially the constrained atmospheres of small diameter tunnels. But looking at the overall arrangement, you will see that both are practically same. Cutter heads are same, and the working arrangement differs because this will go on installing the linear segments, whereas this will go on pushing the pipes. That's the difference. Here
the pushing force comes from the back of the thrust wall, whereas here the pushing reaction is through the segments. So that is the basic difference. And now when we are going to discuss about the urban tunnels or the tunnels which are for the services in urban areas like Mumbai, Pune, Aurangabad, Nasik, Thane, Delhi, whatever city it is, when we are thinking of non-disruptive utility laying, that too at relatively shallow depth, regardless of any geotechnical conditions. Now that is most relevant as far as the theme of the IGS is concerned, as far as IGS role is concerned. Now here you might have looked at tunnels which are at very high depth. Why do we go higher depth? Because we want sound rock for the tunnels to pass through, like say water tunnels. But in this case, we are faced with the problem or faced with the challenge of installing these tunnels at any depth, and we have to overcome all these challenges. Now remember, when I am talking micro tunneling, this is also a micro tunnel. Do you agree? Is it micro? Yes, 6 feet, and it is double the size. So it's 12 feet and still it is called as micro tunnel. So remember, micro doesn't mean small. It is basically because this technology started with small diameter tunnels, small diameter pipeline installation. That's why the micro word got attached to it and nothing beyond that. You can have micro tunnels going up to 3.6 meters or even more than that. This is 3.6 meters tunnel in Thailand. So what are the basic challenges when it comes to the tunneling versus micro tunneling? So those are, I can divide them into say, work site and function related and geotechnical aspects. Now geotechnical aspects is something which our technology will take care of. But when it comes to the urban tunneling or urban utility tunneling, what we face is working space, disruption in urban life, shaft construction, performance and functional aspects. So water supply tunnels or stormwater drainage tunnel or sewerage tunnel, or even utility tunnel for cables, multi-utility ducts. That is also another application for underground space management, which is finding more takers nowadays because we want to minimize all disruptions by virtue of excavation along the roads. Then safety, I talked about that briefly. Geotechnical aspects also involve your ground conditions, whether they are rock or soil, ground cover. Now this is very important as far as the method of construction is concerned, and then of course safety during construction and safety during operations and maintenance. When it comes to the micro tunneling, primarily we will be focusing on micro tunnels today. And if you look at micro tunneling, the risk are, this is a small diameter tunnel. Your face, like your big tunnel, you can, the operator or the technician can go on the other side of the cutter disc and do whatever he wants. But in this case, the face is in general not accessible. Whatever accessibility is there, he will have to crawl inside the TBM because you know the TBM is very small. He will go inside and just remove some bolts and nuts and then replace the cutters, nothing beyond that. So if your cutters get worn out prematurely, your tunneling activity will stop. That's what you need to take care when you are dealing with micro tunneling, especially in rock. Machine can get stuck underground. That is very common if you don't take precaution and if you don't pay attention to the geotechnical aspect. There are so many machines buried underground, unable to be rescued. In Mumbai, there are TBMs and MTBMs which are buried underground. which cannot be rescued. So what is the effect of that? Your 15 to 20 crores or 70 crores investment is down the drain. You cannot rescue. Suppose you are tunneling across railway tracks, which is say 12 number of railway tracks. In Mumbai or in railway yards, you get that situation. And your TBM gets stuck there. How are you going to rescue that? Nobody will allow you to dig a pit on top of the railway tracks. So it has to be 100% assured or confidence that my TBM or my microtunnel boring machine will start from one end and come out at the other end without stopping. If it doesn't, then simply forget the investment, forget the cost of the machine, forget the machine down there, forget whatever work you have done, because you will not be able to use that. So that's the risk involved there. Now microtunneling uses jacking pipes. If there is a misalignment, whether it is in rock or whether it is in soft soil, little bit of excessive misalignment will lead to crushing of the pipes. The effect, once the pipes gets misaligned, the joints will crush, your machine or your jacks will not be able to push that, and then you have to abandon that. Abandon that, not just the machine and other things, you have to abandon the entire alignment. So in urban areas, first thing is finding space for working, and then if you don't take proper precaution, your alignment is wasted. Your alignment is gone. So that is another risk which we are taking here. Thinking of the machine. Now what we are talking about today with a few slides is very soft ground microtunneling. Now when you are doing microtunneling, consider the weight of the machine, 18 tons, 12 tons, 18 tons minimum. And if that soil is not able to take that load of the machine, it will sink, and then your operations are gone. Ground movements. Soft ground, yes, quite common phenomena. It is very vulnerable. These railways, highways, and watercourses, they can cause havoc. So what we are going to talk about today is a case study. Briefly, I will discuss what we did to take care of. Because normally tunneling means everybody thinks of tunneling in rocks. Here what we are talking about is tunneling or micro tunneling, to be very specific, in extremely soft ground. So this is a project which involves provision of 1200 millimeter sewer pipeline, which caters to a population of about 5 to 6 lakhs people. And very important thing, you can see SPT 2 to 4. At times, this SPT was 0. What is implied by that? You take a stone, drop it, and it will sink in the ground. That is type of ground. And you will imagine why we need to lay a sewer line in this area. Because Mumbai, places like Mumbai, there is scarcity of space, and you need to utilize every inch of the land, whether it is soft, hard, or whatever it is. So this area is also getting developed, getting exploited by developers, builders. And when they are exploiting, they need these facilities to be provided. So how do you provide those facilities in such adverse conditions? So in that case, we have to take some special measures so that we will be able to provide it, and it will sustain for a design period or the service period, service life. This is the area. This is the area known as Wadala. You can see in this is the arm of creek, Mahul Creek, which meets the Bombay Harbor. This is completely black cotton soil, marine clay, mangroves, and at the most salt pan. So, but slowly builders are exploiting this area. So let us not go into what is behind such exploitation, but still we need to cater to this requirement. As engineers, we should address that. How adverse the conditions are? there was one attempt to do box pushing for expansion of this culvert. This is a culvert across water main. Now this culvert was to be expanded by providing a box. I hope you know what is the box pushing. The box is pushed across the crossing. Now here, when it was placed in this ground, they had done some ground treatment, but that was not adequate, and then this sank. It sank so much that this thing had to be abandoned. So this is one such event in this area. This is marshy land. In the background, you can see builders have already exploited the part of the land. You can see this is completely marshy land, mangroves also you can see on this fringes. So in this phase, we had to lay sewer line. What happens in this area? This is the creek, arm of creek, and this was trained using meter piling. Now with little bit of overburden by the side of the retaining wall, it got collapsed. So there is very little shear capacity available for the soil to take load. So in this case, even if you want to do open excavation, it will be very challenging to do open excavation, because if you do excavation by open trenching, it will start collapsing. Even with sheet piles, I don't have the picture of that. Even the sheet piles have given way, yielded in such areas. This is another disastrous thing, but this has been addressed. So you can see this is the pier. This is the famous monorail in Mumbai. Here you can see these are piers, and all piers, they will show upheavals. You can see here. Because the water table here is very shallow, subjected to tidal conditions. Water table, when it is high tide, is practically zero, ground level. So all these things we have to address, and this is very recent incident, July 5th, 2023. Here you can see big crater because of collapse of soil. These are the retaining piles, and these retaining piles have given way. There were about 80 two-wheelers and 4 four-wheelers which were eaten by this collapse. Now this is the situation wherein we have to lay the sewer line, which was about 10 meters depth, 1,200 millimeters diameter. So that was a challenge, geotechnical challenge, as well as technology challenge also, because we need to have proper equipment for doing this. So very first step was to do the elaborate geotechnical investigation, and then have a soil profile all along the alignment of the sewer. So here you can see the typical topsoil, and then below that you go even up to 12 meters or 13 meters or 15 meters, you will get marine clay. That means your project is vulnerable. You cannot lay a deeper line in that and then have call it as a gravity sewer. The typical SPT value for your reference, here you can see SPT of 1, and here you can see SPT 0. As I told you, these means you put a stone or drop a coin, it will disappear. So in this case, tunneling, referring this size by a method of tunneling itself was considered to be a ridiculous thing. Tunneling is for hard rock, hard ground. That is what even the client was thinking. But then said, if you go for open excavation, then also it is challenging, but Here we can overcome those challenges in a better way and provide a sustainable construction. So what was necessary? In this case, we had to do the ground improvement or strengthening of the soil. So for that purpose, if you look at this, there are different methods of ground treatment which will increase the shear capacity of the soil and allow the work to be carried out and the pipe to be supported after the pipe is laid. So in this case, the vulnerability involves shaft construction, equipment settlement, and misalignment. So the operators who are generally operating in hard rock, they have tendency of just hammering or ramming the machine in the rock strata. Now this is the psychology of operators. Especially students, when you go to field, when you start your practices, you'll come to know these operators' mentality. They want to come out as early as possible. And in this case, if they do that, they are sure to lose the machine. So you have to have control over such things. And one more thing, this is a water carrying conduit, and water tightness is very important, because otherwise outside water will come and you will end up pumping out the groundwater only. So these things are required to be taken care of, and the ground improvement was suggested as a settlement reducer. Because if you put anything in such ground, it will have a tendency to settle. Now we need to control the ground settlement, and that is how we have modeled it geotechnically to make sure that the ground doesn't settle. Our ground, or even the utility which is laid, or the machine which is doing the work, doesn't sink or settle beyond permitted limits. So this is a typical arrangement which was used: lime stabilization with lime pile injection. That was this design was worked out considering the geotechnical analysis. I will show you that background. This is typical model for that purpose. You can see this is the sewer pipe and then lime stabilized zone, and then by the side of that your virgin ground. This shows the prevailing untreated soil settlement. You can see typical total displacement are of the order of 50 millimeters. Now this 50 millimeters can cause havoc. So what we need to do is we need to control those settlements, or we have to provide settlement arrestor through the ground improvement. Now in that case, what we could achieve with the modeling was, instead of 50 millimeters, we could control it to about 5 millimeters. And that includes the long-term settlements also. So this is what we did in that case. This is combined behavior. Now, you know, when the pipe is installed in the ground, it's not only the pipe which is acting, or not only the soil which is acting, it is combined behavior of pipe and soil matrix. So what we did was we were able to model it in such a way that initial 42 to 50 millimeters could be brought down to 5 millimeters. And for that purpose, a square grid of 1.7 meters spacing piling lime piles were provided. So what it did was it improved the capacity of the soil. This is how the general schematic works. Now this is a larger diameter pile, but we resorted to this type of arrangement. Now this was about the ground settlement. But apart from ground settlement, what was needed is, how do we construct the actual work? To do the actual work, you need shaft. For that, well sinking was used. Everybody practically knows what is well sinking, or at least heard of well sinking. And then tunneling. For that purpose, this is the site. These are the site pictures. You can see these are the piles, lime piles. This is the injection points for the limes, 1.7 meters by 1.7 meters grid. And then this is equipment used for doing the boreholes and then putting the lime like this, injection of lime. For shafts, we used well sinking. This is the cutting edge of the shaft of the well being sunk, and this is partially completed well. This well will sink on its own weight into the ground, and it will settle at the level of the foundation. And then we started with the microtunneling. So microtunneling is typically, this is the TBM or microtunnel boring machine. And then this is how it looks when it is put in the jacking frame. And then the pipes are put. And then when the machine comes out, you can see it is completely coated with lime stabilized soil. So this is how we carried out the work. It has been completed almost 5 years back, and it has been performing nicely. And this is how we overcome the issue of very soft ground tunneling or very soft ground micro tunneling, as opposed to hard ground tunneling. So when it comes to the urban areas, what we need is we need to overcome all kind of areas and at the same time be able to use the tunneling technology. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Now remember, the solutions are all simple. Yes, you might think that these solutions are simple after you have arrived at them. But they are simple when you know already what they are. So it is better you know type of solutions which we are going to implement, and that is how you will be successful in even in adverse conditions and non-conventional works. Now, when we did this work, very important thing to know that client was very opposed to this. He said nobody has done this. But we felt that, okay, we can do something which has not been done in the past. That's the ability of engineers to overcome such challenges, and that is what I expect you to do when you start practicing your engineering career. So thank you, and if you have any questions, you can, yes sir. Contract conditions, as you said, protect the interest of the contractor. Now, I will say contract conditions are not to protect any specific party. I will say the conditions will protect both parties. Now, in case of contractors, contractor can have, definitely can have his all risk policy, CAR, car policy, or contractors all risk policy. One more important thing, car policy is sort of after effect, or you can say that it is a reactive measure. But for proactive measure, contractors should carry out the detailed geotechnical investigations, get complete analysis done, and make sure that the geotechnical conditions have been improved to a level wherein his machine will be able to perform and he will not lose the machine. Because losing the machine is very painful process. Even claiming insurance is a very painful process. Contractors are fighting for last 14 years without settlement of those claims for the lost machines. Because insurance companies are not there to give up and just compensate them with crores of rupees with just a piece of claim paper. That's what happens. So that's why contractor has to be careful. But for the client, I have worked on both sides, client as well as contractor side. So for client, what is more important is to get the work done. Not just get the work done in proper way and functional way, and it should perform for its service life. And at the same time, client if he doesn't take proper precaution, proper initial investigations, then he will also lose the alignment. Now, if there is a narrow road and all by the side of road there are slum or hutments or buildings, if I lose that alignment, I don't have any other way to go. That's the problem that's more painful than losing the machine or paying the contractor, because my entire project gets affected. If there is no line, then that means I won't be, these 6 lakhs people, where they will go? That's the issue for the client. So both of them have to do proper homework, that is proper investigations, and then carry out proper analytical things and ensure that while working also and while in service also, they will perform. Pardon? I don't want to talk about the failures, but yes, there are failures. Because I talked about a couple of TBMs being stuck underground. But I think this is not the platform to talk about the failures. People came to me, our company, our organization, to find a solution after those failures. In one case, the TBM was stuck just under the railway tracks. Now you cannot take it out. The most common method of taking out the TBM or MTBM is to have a vertical shaft dug at that point and then try to take it out. But if there are railway tracks, you can't do that. Who will stop the railway? In a railway corridor where there is a local train or any long distance train moving at every 3 minutes, you will not get that block for months together. I will tell you of not absolute failures, but some failures wherein we were required to take the rescue shafts. That is what we call. Now these rescue shafts are normally necessitated not in very soft ground. That's why I didn't say anything in this. They are normally required in hard ground. Because your TBM or MTBM being smaller size, you cannot do anything to the cutter disc or cutter head. It gets stuck, and once this disc get worn out, your machine will not cut, and it will get stuck there. So how do you rescue that? If you are lucky that they are not beneath railway tracks or beneath any building, then you will be able to take the rescue shaft. Now this rescue shaft will also be in very adverse condition, and you don't have that luxury of having a rescue shaft of 7-meter diameter or 7 by 7 meters or 5 by 5 meters. Many of these rescue shafts are hardly 2 meters by 2 meters maximum. In some cases, the rescue shafts have been 1.5 meters by 2 meters. And then even when you reach the machine is about, say, even for a smaller diameter machine is about 3.75 meters in length. Tilting it and then lifting it through that hole, through that opening, is also very difficult. So there are some incidents wherein the machines have been rescued like this. I will not call them as failures, but these are the remedial measures for which one has to be prepared when we are doing urban tunneling. And in case of urban tunneling, most important thing which we should not forget is we are working in very vulnerable physical conditions, also geotechnical conditions. So we need to overcome this and we need to pay respect to these conditions. देखा जाएगा नहीं चलेगा. It has to be proper planned approach. Okay, good questions. The ground improvement was extended 2D below the proposed invert level. And for that purpose, it's not arbitrary. It was done on the basis of analysis, settlement analysis done. So it extended to 2D below the intended invert levels. Then what was the second question? Improvement in N value. Improvement in N value, as you see, N value ranged from 0 to typically 4, 6 at the level of pipeline. Now we have improved it ranging from 8 to 14. Now beyond that, we found that it will be very costly to attain that, and that was sufficient to limit the settlements. That's how we stopped at that stage. Yes? कोणाला मराठीतून प्रश्न विचारायचा असेल, मराठी, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, anything will do. Be frank. I will translate that question for you in English or Hindi. So don't worry. But I want students to be more comfortable. पहिली गोष्ट म्हणजे जिओटेक्निकल इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन. बेसिकली आपण इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन जे करतो त्यावेळेला वी हॅव टू गो ॲटलिस्ट 2 times diameter below the invert level of the tunnel. At times we go 10 meters regardless of whatever diameter is there. That is one thing. रिव्हरच्या बाबतीत सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा फॅक्टर म्हणजे तुमचं मिनिमम स्क्वेअर डेप्थ. रिव्हरमध्ये सेडिमेंट्स असतात. देर आर सेडिमेंट्स इन दी रिव्हर and those sediments can extend 10 meters or even more than that. If your tunnel goes through that, it will be a disastrous thing. So these are two fundamental things which we need to address. And then your permeability of the rock below the river bed is another factor which we need to take into account. Of course, all other things which we normally take care in case of tunneling works are equally applicable, but these are very specific to the river crossings. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your amazing experience with us. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Uttam Kalwane, sir, Chairman Sambhajinagar chapter, to felicitate Shri Vidyadhar Vengulekar, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Shri Sunil Dongre, sir, from Tata Projects to address the audience.
First of all, I thanks to Vengurlikar sir also, because he gave the topic which give me some support, because its topic is soil, where there is a lot of settlements can be happen. And my topic is these are all the tunnel engineers. Okay, are you know the strata of the Pune? Can you, anyone can tell? Yes, basalt. They our strata is compact basalt. Okay, and this is our really a lucky city where we got the this type of strata. And because of that, what happened? Our Tata team completed our tunnel from Lucknow. There are changing in variation of geotechnical. Means there is a loose soil, maybe some murum, some hard strata. Okay, that's why there is a demand of only 4 to 5 rings per day of mining for the tunnel. And when these TBM started in the work at our Pune city, we started the excavation from Shivai Nagar. Are you know the sugar factory or sugar office at Agriculture College? Anyone know? Agriculture College? Okay. So please speak loud. I can hear. Okay. From that, there is a, we started the TBM. And for supporting the TBM, we are making the M50 grade segments. These segments, we can see the tunnel lining. This is made up of M50 grade concrete. And for that, we have the 6 parts for one ring. You can see the O1, O2, O3, T1, T2 key. These are the basic part for the tunnel lining. Our Pune's, these are twin tunnels whose diameter is 5.8 meter. Sir saying it's 3.2 meter is micro tunnel, but our Pune's tunnel, it's also called as universal tunnel or universal segment. Here we are using 5.8 meter diameter. Are you all are hear me? You can hear me? Okay. And its thickness is 275 mm thickness. Outer diameter is 6.35 meter. Okay. When because of this strong strata, we are planning in as per tendering only 4 to 5 ring erection for one TBM. Okay. But what happened? And as per that, we are bringing the Korean mold from the Korea country, from which we are casting the segment at casting at Yeroda. And we have a huge campus, 55,000 square meter. Our capacity is about 1200 segments. For one segment, there is a 6 sets. I show already, I show this. This is a one set of 6 segments. Okay. When we are starting the mining of the TBM, our demand, because of this strong strata, our TBM is doing 8 to 9 rings per day. And this is the point where our production is less and our TBM is running fast. Vengarlikar sir told that there is a lot of variation because of soil, that there may be settlement. But here is we have the plus point or opportunity. We have to increase the production. And to increase the production, what we can do? There are 4 options to, sir, there are 4 options. We can found the segment to increase the production or to reduce the TBM speed. But this is give us a huge loss, because if TBM we make the slow mining or slow, this TBM we require to use for another from UG2, UG1 and UG2 from Swargate station. If we completed the first TBM from Shivai Nagar to Civil Court, then after that we can use same TBM for UG2, Swargate to Kasbabet. And we are facing this problem. Then there are second option where we have to bring the new mold from the Korea. But that is a peak time of Corona where in 2019, where we can't possible to bring new molds and start the production. And it's required more than 6 months. Then it is not possible. We can't reduce the speed of the TVM. Okay. Third, there is option. We can use the precast segment after 21 days. But as per our client, Mahametro, they don't allow. Or as per other consultant also, they told that after 28 days, we should use the precast segment. Otherwise, there may be lot of cracks development because this TVM is running with a high torque or high speed, and we can't use the same segment after 21 days. So what will be the solution? Then we have the another fourth factor. You can see we have to change the design mix. Now we are using the microsilica, cement, microsilica, 20 mm aggregate, same. But by replacing the microsilica with alkofine, we get the tremendous better results because when we are casting this from one shift, we are casting the 7 segment, okay, which 6 sets. But after using the microsilica is replaced by alkofine, after that we get the 12.5 Newton per mm square strength only after 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours, or we can say maximum 8 to 10 hours. But which early? Miss हो गई है. Which is you can see the last timing 15 to 16 hours we required the demolding period, but after using the alkofines we get only 9 to 10 hours, and after that we can demold the segments and lift it and can be kept at the segment here. So by doing this only, what is the alkofine doing? It's alkofines. You can see the results. My mineral additives we are using before 5.2 and water cement ratio is 0.3. But for alkofine, it's required a minimum water. Its water cement ratio is 0.27, and mineral activity is 7.1 kg per 1 cubic meter. So it gives a better result. You can see the 7-day strength 53.72 for regular hour mix, and for alkofine it is 54.43 cubic meter. So because of that, client also satisfied. We are doing the demolding period, just increasing our demolding period, and our production is from one shift. We have a 12-hour shift. From one shift, we have after in 12 hours we get the 7 segment set, and in 2 shifts we can say for 24 days we get the 14 segments set. So because of that, what happened? Our TVM is running also fast and our production is also fast. And another is there is point for to demold this segment, we have using the steam curing, where we are using about 6 hours segment concreting. We are giving the 6 hours for steam curing, and after using our alkofine, we are required only 4.5 hours. So because of that, we are saving about 20 liters of diesel for one segment. And for as per the calculation for 2000 ring, we are saving about 30 lakhs rupees for the Tata Metro project. So this is our great achievement, and because of sir says that for finding the solutions, after finding the solution we realize that it's a so simple solution, but we have to find the solution. So एक सिंपल वर्ड में बोलता हूँ आपको, जैसे सलमान खान का आपने एड भी देखा था कि डर के आगे जीत है, लेकिन मैं कहूँगा कि हार्ड वर्क और आइडियाज़ के बाद जीत है. थैंक यू सो मच. हो सत्य जे शटरिंग आहे कोरिया साऊथ कोरियावरून जे TBM येतं, TBMचे शटरिंग येतं, त्याला मोल्ड म्हणतात. त्याचं थिकनेस 50 mm थिकनेस एक असतो. त्याला स्वतःचे कॉम्पॅक्शन करण्यासाठी व्हायब्रोस असतात. शिवाय प्रिसाईज असतं, म्हणजे आपण एक TBM साठी जेव्हा लाइनिंग करतो 5.8 मीटर त्याची डायमीटर आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये 1 mm जरी एरर आला तर ते टेपर्ड होऊन आपली डायमीटर चेंज होऊ शकते, तो सेगमेंट नीट बसणार नाही. तर आपल्याला असं न करण्यासाठी आपण म्हणू की दर आठवड्याला ते TBMचे जे मोल्ड आहे ते चेक केले जाते. त्याच्यामध्ये 0.05 म्हणजे 0.5 mm आपल्याला ॲक्युरेसी लागते, त्याच्यापेक्षा पण जास्त व्हेरिएशन चालत नाही. आणि हे सगळं हाय ग्रेड कॉन्क्रीट यूज आहे, त्याचं दिवसाला खूप वेळा यूज होतं, तर त्याच्यामुळे आपल्याला खूप प्रिकॉशन घेतले लागतं. ते अजून कोणाला काही डाऊट असेल तर विचारा. आता टेक्नॉलॉजी प्रमाणे कोरिया तिथे पुढे असेल आणि ते मोल्डिंग त्यावेळेस TBMचं तिथं. भारतामध्ये आपल्या हार्डली 4000 किलोमीटर आत्ताशी टनेल झालेत, पण भारताची रिक्वायरमेंट 40,000 किलोमीटरची आहे. आणि बाहेरच्या देशांमध्ये आपण बघितलं तर टनेल खूप अंतर झालंय. म्हणजे आपल्या पुण्यामध्ये जी मेट्रो आली, किती जण बसलेत तुम्ही सांगा, किती जण बसलेत? ठीक आहे, ज्यांनी बसले ते हात वर करा. तर आपल्यामध्ये पुण्यामध्ये 30 वर्षापूर्वीच मेट्रो यायला पाहिजे होती किंवा टनेल यायला पाहिजे होता, पण हे तसं झालं नाही. म्हणजे आपण अजून खूप लॅगिंग बिहाइंड आहे सगळ्या टेक्नॉलॉजी वाईज. आणि मग जी टेक्नॉलॉजी बाहेर वापरतात याला युनिव्हर्सल सेगमेंट म्हणतात, जे मी आत्ता मोल्ड सांगितलं, ती वापरून आपण पुण्याचा टनेल बनवला आहे. आणि युनिव्हर्सल का म्हणतात की त्याची जी 5.8 मीटर हाईट डायमीटर आहे, ती सगळं आपण अख्ख्या जगात कुठेही गेलो तर ती सेम डायमीटर असते. आणि जर त्याच्यापेक्षा पुढे गेलो 12 मीटर डायमीटर पण आहे, तर ते मग व्हेरी होतात मग. आणि मग त्याच्या ज्या सेगमेंटचे पार्ट आहे ते पण चेंज होतात. अजून काही डाऊट असेल तर नक्की विचारा.
मॅच व्हायला लागते, आणि मॅच जर नाही झाली तर तुमची टनेलमध्ये ती रिंग बसणार नाही, किंवा बसली तरी ती क्रश होईल. तर त्यासाठी ती प्रेसिजन आवश्यक असतं. आणि हे प्रेसिजनसाठी म्हणून, आणि त्यांनी जसं सरांनी सांगितलं की त्याला आपल्याला कंटिन्युअसली चेक करायला लागतं. ही वीकली, काही वेळेला अगदी 2-2, 3-3 दिवसांनी सुद्धा चेक करायला लागतं. तो त्यामुळे या ज्या मोल्ड्स आहेत, याच्यातली एक डेव्हलपमेंट सांगतो. वी ट्राय टू मॅन्युफॅक्चर ऑर मेक दिस मोल्ड्स इन बँगलोर, पण yes, let me admit that we failed. We could not complete that. We tried, we made a serious attempt towards that, but we could not do that. So gradually we will be capable of doing that, but that was the beginning, but we could not do that.
सरांनी जे सांगितलं ना, आणि टेक्नॉलॉजी आत्ताशी आपल्या भारतामध्ये सुरुवात झाली, ह्या टेक्नॉलॉजीचा आपल्याकडून अजून तेवढा वापर नाही झाला. आणि ही जी कोरियन मोल्ड म्हटलं ना, ती पण मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग खूप प्रिसाइजली त्यांना करावं लागते. ते खूप स्ट्रॉंग म्हणजे मेटलचं आहे, 50 mm थिकनेस आहे, त्याला सगळे व्हायब्रेशन असतात आणि सेन्सर पण असतात. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आपण जे कंड्यूट्स टाकलेले असतात, तुम्ही विचार करा की 5.8 मीटर डायमीटरला जेव्हा सेगमेंट तुकड्यामध्ये जोडल्या जाते, त्याला डोवेल्स जोडलेले आहेत. त्या डोवेल्सला तो आतमध्ये 12 mm चा बार असतो आणि वरनं प्लास्टिकचं कोटिंग असतं. 1 mm जरी एरर आला तर तो डोवेल जेव्हा आपण हायड्रोलिकली प्रेस करणार आहे, तो प्रेसच होणार नाही, आणि मग ती सेगमेंट किंवा ती रिंग ह्या रिंगशी अटॅच नाही होणार. आणि आता हे सगळं जर झालंय तर मला एक फक्त सांगायची इच्छा आहे की मी MITचा स्टुडंट असताना इथंच मला एक मोटिव्ह होतं की ॲज अ सिव्हिल इंजिनियर मला काहीतरी वेगळं करायचं आहे. मी कॉन्ट्रॅक्टिंग लाईन थांबवून टनेलमध्ये आलो. पहिल्या दिवशीपासून टनेलमध्ये जॉईंट आहे. म्हणजे 2019ला 4 डिसेंबर 2019ला चालू आला. आणि जे गाडगे साहेब याच्या आधी लेक्चर देऊन गेले, त्यांच्याकडे दर 6 महिन्यात मी रोज जायचो की सर मला टनेलमध्ये जॉईंट व्हायचं. त्यांनी मला ती संधी दिली आणि खरंच मला एक आनंद आहे की पुण्याचा अख्खा टनेल, म्हणजे सर जसं बोलले की आपल्याला टनेलच्या आधी वॉक नाही करता येत, तर माझं वॉकिंग आहे ना सर, शिवायनरपासून कसबापेठ आणि स्वारगेटपासून कसबापेठ 6 किलोमीटर रोज व्हायचं. तर त्याच्यामुळे बहुतेक थोडं वजन पण कमी झालं असेल असं मला वाटतं. पण एक आपल्याला प्राऊड असतं ना की आपण काहीतरी पुण्यासाठी केलंय किंवा देशासाठी केलंय, तेच आनंद आहे. थँक्यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words. I'd like to invite Dr. Sachin Jain, sir, to felicitate Shri Sunil Dongre, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request all the participants who have registered for quiz and poster competition to report the respective locations as soon as possible. The location for quiz competition is classroom VK 104 Civil Engineering Department, and for poster competition is drawing hall of Civil Engineering Department. On the behalf of entire team of IGS, I thank you all for being the part of this event, and I hope you all to see with the same enthusiasm tomorrow for more interesting talks. Thank you so much.